97.5, The Fanatic. John Kincade, Andrew Salciunas. This is Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
What is it about Jalen Hurts that makes so many Eagles fans snap the second something goes wrong?
Snap.
You saw it on social media. People snap. So we talk about that today and also the return of the big man. I know not many people were thrilled about how it played out, but it was good to see him on the court. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
This is Kincade and Salciunas.
Yes, Rush and Lance stink, but that Eagles defense was dominant yesterday.
300 total yards or less in 5 consecutive games. That hasn't happened since 2008. 2008, you jabronis were in middle school?
Kincade and Salciunas. John Kincade, Andrew Salciunas.
97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
And a good Wednesday morning, Philadelphia. I'm Andrew Salciunas alongside my man, John Kincade. Johnny, good morning.
And a good morning to you. A little chilly morning. Coldest morning we've had since, I think, March or April, they said. I forget the date.
I
Yep.
thought it was in the 30s a couple of times a couple of weeks ago.
No, they were saying chilliest this morning. It's if you believe the local news.
Well, I always believe the local
Well, I don't know.
news.
I don't always, but I do believe on this one.
Well, what I do believe is it was cold, and I had to start my car this morning, and it was beautiful stepping into the car because my heater is still broken. Our friends at H&H Heating and Air Conditioning are coming out today to fix it.
That's good. They're great
So
people.
it was warmer in my car than my house this morning. So actually, I got here earlier today because I was
You
like,
did.
you know what?
I was glad to see
I'm going
it.
to leave my wife and kid in the icebox of a house, and I'm going to go into my nice warmed-up car that I warmed up a couple minutes ago.
I'm wearing the new outlet version of the new waffle stuff from.
Oh, yeah, man.
And I'm sweating.
Yeah, a waffle.
It's
Waffle
a little
fabric's
too warm.
Nah, you'll be fine.
That's good.
All right, so you heard it there in the little teasing open there. What is it about Jalen Hurts that makes many Eagles fans snap the second something goes wrong? Now, again, many Eagles fans, not all Eagles fans, but I also believe this is more than just like a vocal minority because we've talked about this a lot, John. Jalen Hurts is very much like politics in this city or in this world. It's you either love him or you hate him. Like there's not many middle ground people when it comes to Jalen Hurts. Now, if you take us out of the equation, we are those middle ground people. We think he's got talent. We think he's a top 10 quarterback. We celebrate when he's good, but we will call him out when he's playing poorly, like the first 4 weeks of this season and the first quarter of the Cowboys game this past Sunday. But there's also levels to it. And, John, you see it all the time on social media. If you put out a tweet that's constructive criticism of Jalen Hurts,
Okay.
you have the people that immediately come to his defense and do whatever they can to make every excuse in the world and why it's not Jalen Hurts' fault. I saw somebody responding to somebody did the All-22 film of the interception where Trayvon Diggs. Bottom line is tip the cap to Trayvon Diggs. It was a great play. Just leave it at that. And you see this swarm of people. Horrible play call. They shouldn't have done this. They shouldn't have done that. It's not Jalen's fault.
Oh, no.
But here's
There's
the thing.
plenty of that.
Nobody ever said it was Jalen's fault. Like, a lot of people are football fans enough to realize that Trayvon Diggs just made a nice play. Sometimes that does happen. It's not necessarily somebody's fault when somebody makes a good play. I believe Jalen Hurts probably could have gotten the ball out a little bit quicker.
See, I would have run the ball on first down inside the 20. That was my critique of the play. It wasn't a bad throw. Mm-hmm. It wasn't a bad decision to throw the ball. I preferred that they run the ball and they lead with the run in those situations.
Right, absolutely. And they are
against a bad run defense.
And they're they run the most or top 3 in the league in the red zone. I saw
but
that
the thing
stat
is,
this past Sunday.
but here where that's totally false. Here's where that is a false
tush pushes.
All the tush push.
Yeah,
crap.
you're right.
I mean, that's what it is. Other teams actually say, we're going to throw the ball in the red zone. They don't trust Jalen to throw the red zone.
Well, maybe not.
No, wait a minute. Wait. Don't give me that.
Does Kellen Moore not trust him?
He's been a starter for 4 years. They throw the ball amongst the least in the NFL for 4 consecutive seasons.
They also didn't throw over the middle of the field. We're starting to see it this year.
But that's a team's decision.
Okay, fair enough.
I believe that's a team decision saying, and I don't mean it's that Jalen can't do it.
Right.
It's like they say Jalen has a skill set that something else is a higher percentage.
Okay, fair enough. So I would rather, and we talked about this in the past, even though I think it's crazy to blindly defend somebody every single day, I would rather you blindly defend than blindly hate. Because Jalen Hurts does not stink. I think we can all agree on that one. Jalen Hurts is a top 10 quarterback in this NFL. Do I think he's top 2, like some people
We had
say?
him as a show. We had him at 7.5 going into the year.
Yeah,
and I think that he's played right about that.
I completely agree. My question for the audience today: why is it that some Eagles fans snap the second something goes wrong? And this is a question for everybody. Even if you aren't that person, we all have that friend who just doesn't like Jalen Hurts or doesn't trust Jalen Hurts for whatever reason. And I would like to try to figure out what it is. Like you read the scouting report when he first came out of college. It was, one read quarterback, happy feet, quick to move out of the pocket.
I watched his whole career, and I thought that the evaluation of him coming out of college was spot on.
Yes, and we still see it sometimes in his NFL career, but he's been to a Super Bowl. He's been in the playoffs every single year as a starter. We've seen him improve most years. Obviously, last year he had a lot of his issues. But I'm trying to figure out what it is that people just don't come to terms with Jalen Hurts being a top 10 quarterback, because I want to play something for you. So yesterday, the coordinators spoke, Kellen Moore and Vic Fangio. And Kellen Moore was asked a question that I think we all were thinking whether or not it was true. And it was the sun glare inside AT&T Stadium. Now, if you remember, Jalen Hurts played poorly in the first quarter. We can all agree his numbers were not good in the first quarter.
No, we can't all agree because there were blind loyalists on Twitter that were arguing that he was not having a bad game and that he wasn't playing like garbage and that it was, oh, man, Jalen Hurts is still great. These people are out in force.
They are.
So there's a lot of people who are just as much go the other way.
That's true. And it's I would say it's 50-50. But every once in a while, I mean, like when you see Jalen Hurts struggling in the first quarter, there are people but there's also people that go over the top, John, and say like, this is he stinks. They're not going to win with them.
I don't want to listen to either side, though.
I don't want to
listen. I don't want to listen to the blind loyalist who cannot hear any criticism or accept any criticism, who thinks he's Patrick Mahomes when he's not. And I don't also want to hear from the person who is the trash Jalen at every turn. The guy's not a top 10 quarterback. You can't win with him. I saw him tied 2-minute warning of a Super Bowl where he played toe-to-toe with Patrick Mahomes. His own mistakes ended up costing the Eagles a Super Bowl, which was the difference. But I trust that Jalen can be that guy, and I told you all offseason. That's where I'm at. That's where I am. But I also don't think I fall into the blind loyalist camp.
No,
you know what I mean?
You absolutely don't. So here was Kellen Moore yesterday. He was being asked about whether or not the sun was indeed a factor in the first quarter where Jalen Hurts did struggle. Take a listen.
You guys identify the sunlight as an issue?
Yeah, the sun?
The sunlight wasn't an issue?
Yeah, in general for everyone, yeah.
But, okay, so...
Yeah, for everyone. I mean, been there. I was there a long time. So.
Yeah.
When you were calling the plays in Dallas, like, during the game?
Yeah, the sun, obviously, like, stadiums all have different circumstances. That one, obviously, the sun plays a decent role, and so you just have to call plays according to it, knowing, certain parts of the field at times can be a little bit challenging, and so we had it in the first quarter, towards the end of the first quarter in the red zone, and then second quarter, obviously, we were going the other way, so...
And you heard him mention, I was there for a long time. In case
as a player,
yes,
and a coach.
And I'm trying to, in case people don't remember, he was with Dallas for a long time as a player, as you mentioned, and 4 years as the offensive coordinator of the Dallas Cowboys in that stadium inside AT&T. So he does know that the sun could be a factor at certain points of the season, post daylight savings time, 4 o'clock starts when the sun glare is coming down. But there are people that still don't want to say that could have been something where Jalen Hurts had to deal with, and he may have struggled because of it, even though we literally saw CeeDee Lamb not catch a touchdown pass and direct his eyes to the sunlight, telling his teammates, yeah, the sun was in my eyes. Why is it that Jalen Hurts is such a polarizing figure in this city? Is it just because he's the franchise quarterback, and that could be what it is? Or is it because he's one of the higher-paid players? Like, I have seen in this city the stars be held to a different standard, as they should be.
Not anymore.
But hold on. But it's almost hatred, whereas a guy like T.J. McConnell is a fan favorite because he's gritty.
I got to tell you, first of all, once I heard hater, once I heard The haters. I heard Best Show Ever talk about this yesterday. My ears tune out.
I hear you.
My ears tune out. You don't hate somebody as an athlete because you critique them, especially, and they were looking for a definition of it yesterday. You don't hate somebody. The hate thing is what it was a teenage girl's thing that now has been adopted by men in their 30s and 40s. You don't hate somebody. You critique somebody. But I would tell you, this is a conversation you never would have heard on Philly Sports Radio in 2000.
Oh, yeah.
You never would have heard it in 1995, never would have heard it in 1990. It's a total new age fan base where the quarterback of the Eagles, which has long been a position far more criticized than the mayor, than any senator, any congressman, now has to have its vehement defenders that just will fall on a grenade to say you can't criticize our guy, to the other end where everything a person does is crap. It wasn't like that. But as I've told you, I've used the analogy before. If Ron Jaworski's heading for an early round of golf and Randall Cunningham's in the car and Donovan McNabb's in the car, they put together a nice foursome. They're shaking their heads here in Philly Sports Radio about Jalen Hurts coverage. They are saying, where the hell was this
for us
when we played here? Where were these vehement defenders?
And I'm sure it's jealousy.
Because I will tell you this, Donovan McNabb was a better overall quarterback than Jalen was at this time. A better overall quarterback. I will tell you that I think Ron Jaworski, though he was later in his career, was every bit the quarterback that Jalen was. Every bit. But didn't have the surrounding talent, didn't have the stars. And so to me, I just look at it as it's today. It's today. This is society response to you either got to be everything's one way or everything's the other. The gray area is just lost. And in sports,
by the way, I like the gray area.
No,
me too. It's very comfortable.
Thing is though, is that when I say that, I think you two are much better with gray area than I function. I think you guys have a much greater appreciation. My gray area is like this narrow, is like a 1-lane road. Yours is like a 2-lane road. Okay. Connor's is like 202 with a breakdown lane. Connor could find a way because that's his soul. That's in his soul. It's in his DNA. But it's different for the fan base today. I think the fan base today, everybody's got to be polarized in every single thing.
And so why is that? So the Jalen Hurts portion of it is the jumping off point, right? What is it about Jalen Hurts that makes so many Eagles fans snap the second something goes wrong? But we'll also ask the other side of it as well. What makes you feel the need to overly defend Jalen Hurts? And you know who you are. You know that I'm talking to you. You're either the snapper or the defender, right? It's one of those two when it comes to Jalen Hurts. But if we did a more broader conversation, I know the football game is tomorrow. Usually Wednesday we can have these more broader conversations. If we had the more broader discussion, why is it that way in sports in general? Like, why is it that we're the outliers being in the gray area? And I get it. We have opinions. We have takes. We have to stand by our opinions. But I'm also somebody that the second somebody does something better than I expected, and I thought that they were like a bad player or something, I will give them credit. And the second somebody who I go to bat for on a daily basis, like Joel Embiid, does something wrong, like playing in the Olympics when I didn't want him to, I would call him out for it, and I did.
You are one of the most passionate Joel Embiid fans.
Yes.
But you have integrity.
But why?
You have integrity because people just can't do it anymore.
Why?
Because I don't understand it. I'll flat out say it. I've had conversations with Dylan McKinnon, our own Dylan McKinnon, over John Tortorella.
Oh my God, that was fun the other day.
And he is deranged when it comes to John Tortorella. And I'm being jokingly there, but he's deranged. John Tortorella lives in his head rent-free.
Yes, he does.
And the opinions that I hear from somebody who can't stand John Tortorella are far different than players that played for him, the media that covers him, the guys in the locker room that play for him now, the executives who employ him. But people get an impression or get a point of view, and they just dig in.
Right.
And so everything is going to be that. And I don't understand it. There's a lot of bad things, like a Torts. There's a lot of things that drive me nuts with him.
Of course.
But overall, his body of work is freaking impeccable for an NHL head coach. He's one of the top 10 of all time. And people are like, oh, no, he's terrible. He's awful. He's disgraceful. And I think that's where we're at. You see it with your boy Embiid, and he gets unrealistically trashed by people.
Yes.
And he also gets unrealistically defended by people.
I understand. So our question today, Jalen Hurts, we'll use him as he's the guinea pig. Sorry, Jalen. Why is it that some Eagles fans, many Eagles fans, I don't want to use the word some, it's many, snap the second something goes wrong with Jalen Hurts? I heard Mike Miss reading tweets sent toward him during the Eagles game Sunday.
On Sunday.
About how bad Jalen Hurts is. Not just playing at the moment, like what you were doing. At the moment, he was playing poorly.
That's right, exactly.
No, he's a bad quarterback. Mike was reading a list of tweets about how Jalen Hurts stinks as a quarterback. But then, the flip side, no, he's not playing poorly. Like, yes, he is playing poorly.
No, he's playing poorly.
And it's okay to call that out. So, Jalen Hurts is the guinea pig, but it goes into a broader discussion about sports. Why do you feel the need to take a side and literally fight tooth and nail for that side, even though you might be wrong at moments? 610-632-0975. Why are you holding up your phone?
Because that's what it is.
Or calling?
That's what it is, though. It's because everybody's on their phone now. It's because, unlike you, who would have had that debate with your boys, sitting around drinking beers, watching football. Connor back in, growing up and hanging out with his brother and hanging out with his friends, and you guys are arguing. You're shooting hoops, and but you're arguing about the Eagles or whatever.
Yeah.
But now it's all argue in the public square. I've got my Twitter account. So now let's go pick fights with people that are actually in the public square and argue about their opinions. That's why it's different. That's why it's become that. It's all tribalized. It's all tribalized as far as, well, we're going to go after this reporter because we think this reporter sucks about their opinion on Hurts.
100%.
We're going to go. That's what it is.
Yeah, there's more. Listen, if we're having a conversation one-on-one, you speak at a much lower level than if you're speaking to a group of like 10 people. And if you're trying to keep the attention...
Except if you're speaking with Dylan.
That's true. If you try to keep the attention of 10 people, you want to tell a better story compared to keeping the attention of one person because there's more stuff going on. There are more voices in every space, in everything around the world because of how connected this world has become. And that extends to sports. And rather than, hey, there's one caller on the radio right now, and we're going to listen to him talk to the hosts, it's social media and posts and writing and podcasts and everything. Everybody has a voice, so the voices have to be louder, and the stories have to be better to keep the attention of the people you want to talk to.
Let me do this for you right now. Just a little experiment.
Yeah. I don't want to do an experiment. I hate your experiments.
Gentlemen, real Mama Eagle. Connor, you know exactly who she is.
Yeah.
Yes.
Slippin' Benny.
Yes.
You know exactly who it is.
Yeah.
Sam from the UK.
Yes.
Yeah. We know our listeners today. You guys are younger in this business. We know our listeners today. We know people we interact with today that in the past would have been completely faceless and completely disconnected from us except thinking, who's listening to the show out there?
Right.
We know people now
because of Twitter
and people now create interaction and you might get to meet them at a fan fest or at a game sometime.
Which, by
or
the way,
whatever.
I love. I'd rather it be this way.
Real John Kruk. We know these people.
Yeah.
And that's the difference is that everybody's got a slice of real estate.
Yeah.
And some people are very passionate about defending their border.
And it's funny. I'll mention another Eagles Twitter member. Do you guys know Britt Lifts, Thick and Tired?
Yeah.
She tweeted out the other day, I swear someone is always trying to pick a fight with me on here. I could tweet, quote, I love pizza, and someone would try to make it problematic.
Yeah, that's just
what kind of pizza?
Well, exactly.
That's a fair point, though.
And then
no, there's bad pizza.
And then somebody responded with, what, you hate calzones? Like, seriously, it's unbelievable, and that is the way that life is. So let's go from one polarizing figure to another one. JoJo. Joel Embiid made his debut last night. First off,
I teared my eye.
Where were you at 7:30, Johnny?
I was still at Lower Merion High School.
Oh, that's right.
So I had to DVR. But boy, when I set that and I got a chance to check out Joel stepping onto the court for the first time, I got to tell you, a tear fell in my eye.
Oh, I cried. You
It fell fine.
You know those?
No, it fell because I was saying to myself, why the hell is this having to happen in Game 10 and not Game 1?
Oh,
So the
okay.
tear fell differently for me going, what might have been of the 2024 season?
Not to be sacrilegious, but I was one of the, those services where the guy like pushes
Yes.
and they start freaking out.
Uh-huh.
That was me when Embiid walked onto the court. I had the out of body experience.
Well, then once
man.
he walked on, he had to bend over because he was tired.
Come on, man. We talk about JoJo's debut last night coming up next. The good and the not so good that we did try to warn you about.
Oh, yeah.
And people didn't want to hear it. And this is a direct shot to, once again, the staunch defenders, and I'm not being one of them today, Johnny. It is Kincade and Salciunas right here, 97.5, The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Dealing with Daniels.
Halico from the Best Show Ever coming up in a little bit because he said something that caught Johnny's ear.
It did.
That we will get into throughout the show today. But we did not get into it in the first segment because our polarizing figure discussion went a little bit longer than planned. And it's because it is such a polarizing discussion that polarizing figures are either beloved and defended to no end or hated and bashed till no end. And I just don't get it. The gray area, the water's warm. The water is warm.
Yeah, that was a heavy
Yeah,
water.
wait.
dude,
You're not from Delco. Where did you get the woulda?
South Jersey still has it, dude.
Really?
Oh, yeah. It crosses over.
Yeah.
So I think it's become a thing.
But I've stopped it.
I think it's become a John thing.
No.
Because it was not
Dude,
woulda.
You're
Woulda-
talking to two South Jersey kids that grew up the same
But
time.
I'm going to say woulda was a Delco thing.
Okay.
And then it's now spread. The disease has spread. It's everywhere.
Well, I
had to purposely learn to say water.
Yeah, I trained myself. That was the first slip up in a long time. Anyways, the Sixers last night. So it was the debut of Joel Embiid in the 2024 season. Now,
We needed a lot of water breaks.
yeah. Let's get the good out of the way first, because sometimes it's nice to lead with the positives. Paul George showed exactly why he's here. He had a great game last night, and it also shows how much Joel Embiid helps him get open looks. It's going to be, when healthy, a great trio of Maxey, George, and Embiid.
When healthy.
When healthy.
Okay.
So Paul George, great night. I mean, you can't even deny it. Paul George did have a great game last night, 29 and 10. He did more than what Tobias Harris ever did. I saw Joel Embiid. There was a great play, top of the key. He ran the high-low with a cutting Paul George. I never saw Tobias do that. I saw Tobias flat-footed in a corner or somewhere in the dunker position every single time. I watched Paul George move without the ball yesterday, and Joel Embiid throw a perfect pass to him, which is a underappreciated part of his game, his ability to facilitate. Jared McCain looks like he's a bit of a player, man.
A bit of a player.
Yeah. Look, I'm not going to freak out after 2 games.
No, I'm blown away. I'm blown away because I really thought he was going to have a slow burn. He's playing really well.
Yeah.
He's playing really well.
He played really well last night in the game before in which they needed him in order to win in overtime.
The confidence he plays with is something that I guess I should have figured out.
I think you
by
should have
just
figured
the way
that one
he
out.
carries himself.
Yeah,
Our little
But the thing
TikTok
is-
star's a hooper.
Yeah, the thing is, though, confidence on social media and in the public is different than confidence
on the court.
on the court.
For sure.
He's impressed the hell out of me.
So, a nice win. Now, some of the bad. I like Kelly Oubre. I need him out of the starting lineup. I need him coming off the bench to score because there were so many moments last night when the game was tight, when he would get the ball, and if he made one extra pass, there's an open Sixer. But his first instinct all the time, and this is part of the reason why I love the guy, because the Sixers have not had this in years past. His first instinct is, I got the ball, I'm going to try to score. The problem is sometimes it's not the best plan of attack when you have another guy open for a three or a guy that's cutting, and now you're going up for a layup with two guys in front of you.
Sure.
So that's that's like the blessing and the curse of Kelly Oubre. You have a guy that could, if they have him come off the bench when Tyrese Maxey comes back, be that microwave guy coming off the bench that can score points for you. If not, he's not necessarily the best teammate when it comes to on the court. Embiid, the not so good. And this is what we tried to warn you about.
Could you slow it down a little bit? I'm a little tired.
Okay. Sorry. I know. We're still ramping you up. Well, hold on a second.
I'm tired.
Hold on a second. To me, this was as expected, which is why I tried to warn these Sixers fans that were like, oh, Embiid's coming back, they're fine. Connor, we talked about this a little bit more on Friday. John, you were out on Friday.
Yes.
But if you remember, on Thursday, we asked the question, at what point do you start to look at this record and the standings and say, uh-oh? And you raised your hand right away.
Oh, I was already there.
I said end of November. Connor said December 25th.
And I said by December 25th, it may be a moot point.
So the next day, we revisited the conversation because if you remember Thursday night, or later on in the day Thursday, it was announced that Tyrese Maxey would be missing an extended period of time because of the hamstring injury.
What was Connor's new answer?
Right now.
Yeah, it changed immediately. And I tried warning people on Friday, so you may have missed this.
I did miss this.
All right.
I was busy puking.
I was when people then tweeted in or texted in or called in and said, okay, yeah, they're missing Tyrese, but they're going to get Embiid back on Tuesday. And I tried warning people that Joel Embiid back on Tuesday does not necessarily mean Joel Embiid is going to look like an MVP. And so he looked rusty, shaky, slow, out of basketball shape yesterday. Basketball shape.
Rusty, this is a word. Your definition of rusty. When someone says a player coming off a long break that they're rusty, their shot may be off.
Yes.
Their mechanics may be a little bit off.
And they were, except for the free throw
that
line.
is 100% acceptable.
Yes.
Acceptable.
Yeah.
Not being in condition is a chronic issue with this guy.
When he first comes off of injuries,
Chronic.
yes.
No, it's been an issue when when he's not just coming off an injury. He's had problems with his condition.
I watched him play the entirety of first quarters all season last year until he got hurt.
There are times in his career, he's had a long career.
Yeah.
There are times in his career where he has been more dedicated to his conditioning. And there's times when he hasn't. I believe that the times that he hasn't outweigh the times that he has.
Okay.
As far as dedicated to conditioning. There's nothing that would keep you from being in better physical condition with what's going on with this ramp-up period.
Well, they said it on the national broadcast. They're like basketball shape.
I get it.
The only way you can play an NBA basketball game is by playing an NBA basketball
John,
game.
I run close to 20 miles a week. Like 4 times a week, I'll run 5 miles. I play basketball one day a week.
I gas this guy out.
I'm gassed after 30 minutes.
Can't keep up with me.
I'm getting ready for a turkey trot. And I mean trot, not a run, a trot.
Right.
And I plan on trotting my ass off. And I can tell you, I understand it. But it's not, I'm also not pay $50 million a year to play basketball, where my only job.
You get paid $50 million a year to do radio.
My only job from the time I get up in the morning is to make sure that part of me, my cardio conditioning, you can take care of cardio conditioning all day long. You could be watching The Young and the Restless, and you could be on a treadmill.
Yeah, but again, it's different. But it is different.
I understand. And not every player that comes off of long breaks is absolutely hands on the knees 3 minutes into the game.
How many of them are 7'2" with chronic knee injury?
No, I mean, that does make a difference, Sean.
That does make a difference.
I got you.
So the Sixers.
There's always going to be, well, I'm going to tell you two. There's always going to be an excuse with you guys.
I think
for his lack of
these are
his
legitimate excuses.
his poor attention to conditioning is always excused by his loyalists.
Yeah, but everyone said he's in good shape.
Yeah,
you could be Connor. You can look. You ever see? They'll tell you guys at the like a guy coming out of the gym that looks like they're in good shape. Their clothes fit well and everything like that, and they couldn't run a mile.
No, I understand.
They couldn't. There's things, and all they have to do is stop doing one measure and just get some cardio in there.
Right, but
Mix in a
no
little
one's
cardio.
told you he's out of shape, and everyone's telling you NBA basketball is a different beast when you're actually on the floor. So, and it's game one. Like if he's doing this in a week, we have a problem.
I was legitimately not surprised by yesterday, which is why again.
No, I wasn't.
Which is why again I tried
either.
warning people Friday that just because he's coming back does not mean that all of a sudden the season's going to turn around. So they're 2-8 because they lost last night. In case people didn't watch. He's probably not going to play today because it's the second game of a back-to-back. So they might lose tonight to an undefeated Cavs team. Now all of a sudden you're 2-9. I just wonder at what point does it turn? And it might be just right when he gets his sea legs back underneath him on the NBA court. I don't know, but this is what I tried warning people on Friday. Don't expect Joel Embiid walking on the court and then all of a sudden they're going to win a basketball game, especially. Let's face it, last night's not a good matchup for his first game back. A high-flying Knicks team like that goes up and down the court and plays as physical as they do defensively. It's a Tom Thibodeau team that plays like that over a course of 82 games and into the playoffs. Of course it was going to look that way. I just don't know when it's going to change, and hopefully it's within the next couple weeks.
So what kind of ramp-up period, by the way? So the ramp-up period's been going on now. By the way, if we're going by ramp-up period, it's been going on for 9 weeks.
Yes.
How long do cardio shape 9 weeks? Like how long do I have to go to? Do I have to give it the grace period of 3 games? 4 games? I mean, I'm just asking for a parameter
I'd say like
of
a
when
week.
we can revisit it and say this guy will not be sucking wind on the out on the golf course on the court. So 4 games is good. 3 games,
it's like middle of next weekend and next week he'll be fine.
But hopefully,
I don't think that's unfair.
But
either.
hopefully, they're not 2-12 at that point.
It was 3 minutes into the game.
I know. Because they were playing a physical, fast Knicks team, and maybe I'm not that I was going to delay his return or anything, but I don't know, man.
Do you believe everybody coming off of injury that comes back is sucking wind 3 minutes in? Oh, or is it just the 7-foot thing we're going to do?
I think the 7-foot thing is a legitimate.
Okay.
But I think
And
it's
I'm not saying that. No, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just asking for parameters because I swear to you, this is like the Jalen Hurts discussion.
It might be.
There are just people who will find every reason for JoJo to be defended for everything.
So it goes back to our main topic. Why in sports, all right, we're not doing politics, we're doing sports. Why in
Ain't doing
sports
that, yes.
is it one side or the other? And if you're on one side, you are going to go to bat for that take, opinion, stance till no end. Why is it? Why is there no gray area in sports anymore? 610-632-0975. We're going to play you a clip from Ricky Pitalico coming up next that caught John's ear that might make you feel good about the Eagles. It's Kincade Salciunas on this Wednesday morning, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Tyrone Johnson.
Each and every one of you fraud local Cowboys fans, I don't like any of you, and this guarantees we won't hear from you for a calendar year.
Has plenty to say about sports in Philly.
It's not just enough for me to be happy, and I am about my team. I'm also happy about your misery. Matter of fact, I had a full cup of their tears before the show. I feel great.
Hear Tyrone with Ricky Pitalico on the best show ever. Weekday afternoons 2 to 6. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Ricky Bowe said something real smart yesterday. We're going to play it for you coming up. But Ricky Bowe also is really smart because, like me, he is a devotee of the BetParks Sportsbook and Casino app. It is so much fun using the BetParks app. You can be able to...
continue. 8 o'clock hour, know the show for your chance to win a pair of Flyers tickets against the Hurricanes. So 1 week from today, get your tickets at PhiladelphiaFlyers.com, and they're lower-level seats. They're beautiful seats. I've sat in them before.
I have too. They're great seats.
They're great seats. I know our man Colin Berger, who I mentioned to you yesterday, he won them yesterday.
Did he really?
Yeah, so it's crazy. I mentioned him on the air yesterday, and then he ends up winning the tickets yesterday. So, again, know the show during the 8 o'clock hour. Obviously, you're going to listen to Schefter anyway, so that could be a clue as to where you might hear something for Know the Show. All right, let's go to the phones and the text line, 610-632-0975, and then we'll play this Ricky Pitalico audio that might make your day.
It could. It could give you a really happy thought to start your day, and that's Ricky's ambition every day.
Every day. Ricky wants to put a smile on your face. Grandma Ricky.
Unless he gets caught in traffic. Then he's angry.
Yeah, then we don't want that. Let's go to Matt and Darby. Matt, you're on 97.5, The Fanatic.
Hey, guys.
Hey, buddy.
What's up, Matt?
How you doing? My only point is, and I've been feeling this way since, I want to say about at the end of, not last season, the season before. I love Embiid. I love him, but we will never win with him.
Why is that?
And it's just way too much at the end of the season when times really matter the most. They don't play well. Like it's when we played.
Did he not play well in the Knicks series?
He had 3 really good games in the Knicks series. Really good games.
We need to win 4.
No, I got you. And they didn't even win all the time when he played really well.
Right. I'm
going to tell you, Matt, I'm not disagreeing with you or trying to argue with you because I lean more towards what you're saying than to what Andrew thinks.
Yeah,
I think I know the ending. I think I know the ending to this Sixers season. I think I know the ending to the story of his career. I think I know it. I think I've seen stuff like this a million times, and I believe I already know the ending. I'm hoping that I'm wrong.
Yeah, it's just even in that Celtics series 2 years ago, when we should have won Game 6, but we didn't, and then we had a Game 7, and it looked like they were.
Yeah, and those were absolutely inexcusable. And you're right, man. I appreciate the call. I just don't like when we go so far. Oh, they're never going to win them. It's never going to happen.
Well, I think there's a. If you were talking about a player in his 3rd year, Andrew, I would totally say you are 100% correct. A player in his 10th year? Is it 10, 11?
Oh,
I think it's.
This is his 9th season playing.
Okay, but he's still in his career where he is. I think that I lean more to what he thinks. I really do.
Yeah, and you can, and that's not unfair.
I'm not
saying that I'm going to be 100% right. I'm telling you how I feel. I don't think this is ever going to work. I don't think he's going to be healthy long enough when it matters. And I think that it's not a formula for success, but they just loaded up on it for another 5 years.
They did.
Well, with the way you had Paul George, you kind of you were chips all in at this point. And John, you're not wrong with any of that evaluation, but where people go too far, like you use the word think, and that's totally fine because you have a lot of data to back that up. But when people say, oh, they'll never win. They can't win with this guy. Yeah. Like
there's people that wanted to blow it up like 3 or 4 years ago.
You don't say never because of like Nick Foles and that miracle run should have said to people when Carson Wentz went down. I know how I felt that Monday morning when I woke up.
Oh, I thought it was done.
I felt it was done.
Yeah.
And it wasn't, which is great.
And let's face it, Joel Embiid is, when healthy, one of the top 2 best players in the NBA, and Nick Foles is a career backup.
When I hear the when healthy, though,
I know.
I don't believe that's ever happened.
It's a major gamble.
And I don't believe it's ever happened.
It's a major gamble.
Well, hey, man, this is a dude you're talking to, Johnny, who hit a, 14-leg parlay?
Yeah, damn right, man.
Things can happen. You never know.
All right, let's play this audio. Ricky Pitalico. It's a quick clip, but it caught your ear. Take a listen.
It's just a completely different beast that we're seeing this year. And, think about this. Everybody was really upset because of last year because they got to that plateau at 10-1, and then everything fell apart. Does anybody see a completely opposite thing happening this year? I see opposite. I see them going uphill instead of downhill.
Johnny? Go ahead.
I look at it and I say, Ricky Pitalico said something yesterday that never crossed my mind yet. That has never crossed my mind. That maybe what we saw last year and the way that team fell apart and just disintegrated down the stretch, and the really rocky start, no matter what Saquon thinks, fans may think differently, we might be seeing last season in reverse. This team may be building to I'm of the belief that on November 13th, we have not seen the best of the 2024.
Oh, I agree with you. Yeah.
Last year, by November 13th, we had already seen the best of that team.
And it wasn't all that good.
It really wasn't all that good.
Even though they were winning, they only had one loss. They had a better record by one game. But I don't feel anybody felt as good about the team as they do this year.
Yeah, Ricky might be on something. I mean, how many
something.
times have you heard somebody played over their head, right? The Eagles may have played over their head for the first 11 weeks of the season last year. Like, their coordinators did suck. Their defense was bad. Bad, old. Whereas this year, it's good, young, and rising, right? The arrow is pointing up. So Ricky Bottalico,
It is. I'm going to give Ricky the credit.
The amount of times Connor has said he's smarter than everybody on that show.
There's not many people that say dumber things than Connor.
Well, Ricky's smart again. He's smart again.
All right, coming up next, we reset the show and we hear from you at 610-632-0975. And I see a call on the line, and I go, come on. Like, this is what I'm talking about.
No, look, you're poisoning the well. I think I agree with him. I think I do. It's not close, but we'll talk about it. You're poisoning the well. You're poisoning the well. You're saying nobody can think differently than I do. Yes.
Lose my mind.
That's how when I hear people speak like you, that's what I hear.
All right, we'll get into it coming up next, and I do have a Sixers question that a lot of people need to look within on. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
A rough return.
this Wednesday morning. An hour from now, Adam Schefter will join us as he does each and every Wednesday at 8 o'clock. Coming up in about 10 minutes, I have a question for the Sixers fans, a specific group of Sixers fans, John, that I think need to sit down and look within. So we'll get to that coming up in a little bit. But, of course, we are talking about the Philadelphia Eagles. But it's kind of like an overall broad topic. It started off with Jalen Hurts. What is it about Jalen Hurts that makes so many Eagles fans snap the second something goes wrong or go over the top in their defense of Jalen Hurts? So we could just use last week as a prime example. Jalen Hurts was bad in the first quarter. And if you tweeted out that he was bad in the first quarter. I think
till the 2-minute warning he pretty much was.
You're right. If you tweeted out that he was bad or struggling, it's people going overboard in their defense of Jalen Hurts.
And some people taking the critique of that first half performance to a ridiculous level also.
Right, saying that he sucks.
Right, exactly.
And you can point out when a player is struggling and not say that they suck. And yet there are people that are Eagles fans that see Jalen Hurts throw an interception and it's immediately one-read quarterback. This is what I'm always worried about. He can't do this. He can't do that. But then what happens the rest of the game when he plays as well as he does in the second half? Are you going to say, hey, my bad. I may have gone a little over the top in my evaluation of Jalen Hurts.
How about just saying that was a great throw? The offense is cooking now. This team, they're playing really well. You can have the first half, this is a sucky performance. He is not playing well. And then be like, man, the offense is cooking there. Great throw by Jalen. Great catch.
Right.
You can do both. And none of it is wrong. It's only wrong to people who are dug in so philosophically that they cannot have an objective conversation about someone that they love or they dislike.
Right. And then Kellen Moore, we'll play it again for you. Kellen Moore was asked about this yesterday, and I'm glad that it was asked because he does know a thing or two about playing in AT&T Stadium as a player, as an offensive coordinator of the Dallas Cowboys, and, of course, this past Sunday for the Eagles. Here's Kellen Moore talking about the sun being a factor.
You guys identify the sunlight as an issue?
Yeah, the sun.
The sunlight wasn't an issue?
Yeah, in general for everyone, yeah.
But, okay, so...
Yeah, for everyone. I mean, been there. I was there a long time. So.
Yeah.
When you were calling the plays in Dallas, like during the game?
Yeah, the sun, obviously, like, stadiums all have different circumstances. That one, obviously, the sun plays a decent role, and so you just have to call plays according to it, knowing, certain parts of the field at times can be a little bit challenging, and so we had it in the first quarter, towards the end of the first quarter in the red zone, and then second quarter, obviously, we were going the other way. So
now I wonder.
I love his answer, by the way.
For everybody.
Yeah, for everybody.
Yeah, for everybody.
Yeah, for both teams. Yeah,
and that's why CeeDee Lamb, one of the better receivers in the NFL, literally.
He didn't even flinch on that ball, and one of the guy who has the best fast twitch numbers of like any player.
Yeah.
He didn't even.
He could not see it.
Right, he couldn't see it.
So for the people that point out that he sucks because of a bad first quarter, and then you hear not just Eagles talking about the sun. Like, literally, it became a national talking point because Jerry Jones is talking about blowing up the stadium and building a new one just because people are complaining about the sun. When you hear that it was a legitimate factor in the game, the people that went over the top, I'm not saying somebody saying, hey, he's not playing well right now. I'm talking about the guy that says he sucks, the people that Mike Missanelli was reading tweets of earlier in the week. Do you go, maybe I was wrong? Like, why can't we do that?
Well, here's where I'm also going to, though, question some of the here comes the sun crowd. What did that have to do with all the taking sacks?
Well, you can't.
And not getting, then get rid of the ball. Then get rid of the ball.
Fair.
What does that have to do with a quarterback not stepping up in the pocket? What does that have to do with holding on to a ball 5, 6, 7 seconds before you're sacked? When you also have some of the longest time of any quarterback in the NFL to throw the football week after week after week. You can have the same conversation, and it can be objective and go, yeah, Jalen, you got to get rid of the ball.
Yeah, you do.
The sun sucked, and it's hard to navigate, but you not getting rid of the ball, he was scrambling around. He knows that you can get outside the hashes, throw it out of bounds. I watched Russell Wilson do that last week. I got to watch that. You guys were doing the pregame show.
Trust me, we watched it.
I watched that whole.
I was pissing
one of us did.
I watched
pissing
that
Connor
whole
off.
I watched that whole Commanders game pretty
Yeah.
much beginning to end, except flipping at red zone of commercials. Russell Wilson made so many intelligent decisions to just get rid of the ball and throw it away.
Yes.
Throw it away, throw it away, throw it away. And that's something that Jalen Hurts is not there yet. He's not there. Even in his 4th full year as a starter, he's not there.
Yeah, he does not throw the ball.
He's got
away.
to.
Now
he
he's
has
getting
to
better.
Get well, he's not getting.
No, he's getting better at the check down. Saquon.
Oh, he is. Oh, no question.
That third down, that you're getting 3. If he does what he did last year, looking, either getting sacked or
No, he got rid of it.
50-50 ball in the end zone. Check down to Saquon Barkley, one of the better players in the NFL, especially with the ball in his hands with open space. He got you a first down, and then you push your way into the touchdown the very next play.
Which is amazing.
Yeah, and so he's getting better at certain aspects.
But it's hit or miss.
Yes.
Because a lot of times if you were better at the checkdowns, you would get rid of the ball faster. When you're one of the quarterbacks who has the most time to throw the football, you would get rid of the ball faster. Don't tell me people aren't open.
Now, I wonder.
Because they are. They've shown you. We've watched it in game.
I do wonder, because it was an emphasis in the talking points, I think Sunday and Monday. The scrambling drills, is that last week's press conferences or this week's press
I think
conferences?
that was last week's.
They do a big emphasis during practice on scramble drills. And they are one of the better teams, to your point, with Jalen Hurts' time to throw and finding a play downfield, because they would rather, again, this is the organizational philosophy of the big play, they'd rather the big play than the check down sometimes. They'd rather the big play than just throwing it out of bounds. It's almost like
Big time.
baseball. I want you to try to hit a home run. If you strike out, so be it. At least you try to hit a home run. That kind of may be what the Eagles' belief is, too.
I think it.
Hey,
no,
you
I
take
think
the
it
sack.
is.
All right, so be it. But we wanted you to try to get that 20-yard play. We'll take that failure of minus 10 yards because we wanted you to try to get 30+ on the play.
I think Tony said it though the other day, and at some points, Fred Johnson was not having the greatest day in the world. But when you're getting 6, 7 seconds, 8 seconds before you're sacked, Tony Romo said it. How nothing can piss off your offensive lineman worse, or demoralize them worse,
of course,
than when the quarterback is holding on to the ball too long and not getting rid of it. That you have to just make the assertion to go, boom, get rid of it. By the way, Jaden Daniels, I watched him in that Pittsburgh game. Pittsburgh was blowing up
Yes.
the middle of the offensive line of Washington, just coming up straight. Jalen Carter should have a big night tomorrow night.
Yep.
And Jaden Daniels, immediate.
You get the ball out quick.
Throwing it right at the feet of a running back. Throwing it right down. He had the awareness. Jalen's got to get better at that. We should expect him to be a little better at it at this point in his career. But that's objectively looking at it both ways.
Yes, without you saying that he sucks.
No.
Or without you calling him the best quarterback in the world.
And I'm the guy who told you I thought that this year, at the end of this year, we're going to say this was Jalen's best season ever.
So we use Jalen Hurts as the example at 610-632-0975. Why is it that Jalen Hurts makes some Eagles fans just snap the second something goes wrong? And why is Jalen Hurts the guy that a lot of you feel the need to go overboard in defending? This is a topic for both parties here.
And Jeff from D.C. and I got back and forth on it on Twitter. He goes, I think we know the answer, but people just don't want to say it. And I'm like, yo, you mean like how we ran literally this city abused Ron Jaworski to the point that I can't believe Ron Jaworski doesn't come out and give people the middle finger at the Giant.
Right.
The way he was treated. You mean the way that this city ran Carson Wentz out of town? After his numerous injuries and everything, where we defend other players who are constantly injured and make every excuse for them, and then Carson Wentz not. I mean, seriously, if we're going to try to make it about race, my listening ears are off.
When it comes to the Eagles quarterback, we're equal opportunity haters.
Oh, we are.
Damn
And we
right.
have-
It
and we
always
have-
has been
and
that
we
way
have a
in this
long
city.
and we have a long history of it. Black, white.
Oh, my
whoever
God,
it
yeah.
is.
Vic,
Doesn't
McNabb,
matter.
Randall.
Oh, my
yeah,
gosh.
I hear it. Now, look.
Randall was, I got to tell you, though, Randall was heavily critiqued, but there was a love affair with
A
Randall.
lot of people loved
Yeah.
Randall.
There was a love affair with Randall that just.
There was more hatred within the locker room than the
Yes.
fans when it came to Randall
The
Cunningham.
love affair with Randall was just, it was real.
So climb in 610-632-0975 because this is also a broader topic. Instead of take Jalen Hurts' name out of it for a second. Why do you feel the need to go overboard defending a stance and then sometimes completely ignoring the opposite? I get it. Sports talk radio. Have a take. Have an opinion. Stand by it. Yeah, that's our job. But I'm also a human being. Like, if I'm critical of somebody, and then the next
a human being.
I'm also a human being.
no, if I'm critical of someone, and then later that night if let's say I don't like Paul George, which I do, I just want him to be healthy. Let's say I'm a Paul George hater, and he drops 29 last night, was the best player on the court yesterday. Would I come in here today going, yeah, but Paul George, those 3 shots that he missed were bad shots?
Well, you'd sound like a dope.
Exactly, but
Like,
there's
the
a lot
thing
of
is-
people that are dopes.
Like the thing is that you can acknowledge. I can acknowledge all the potential and the greatness that I have seen in stretches of Joel Embiid's career.
Right.
And I can also tell you that I'm not a believer that this story is going to end well for this franchise.
I'm not ready to get there just yet.
I know you're not.
But I am ready to get.
When it happens, and I'm not rooting for it to happen. I want to see them win,
I
but
know you do.
when it happens, I will welcome you and have a seat for you on the couch, or we'll keep a cup of chair for you.
Well, it'll
because
be.
I really believe.
Can it be a couch where I lay down and I talk about my feelings?
Not to me. As long as it's not to me, sure.
All right. I have a question for a group of Sixers fans in a couple minutes, but what do we have on the text line there, Connor? You can text the show at 610-632-0975. What is it about Jalen Hurts that makes some Eagles fans snap the second something goes wrong or go over the top in order to defend him?
June from Yardley leads us off, and he says, there's still a lot of Wentz fans in this city, I believe. The what-if mentality with him with the injuries. They probably hate Hurts because of it. The fact is, Hurts will probably destroy all of his records, and that makes it worse.
Dude, I still do what if.
I do all what
Wentz.
if with Carson Wentz.
But that doesn't
yes.
cloud my judgment on Jalen Hurts.
No, me either.
Jalen Hurts, I can tell you this. If I'm comparing the two, Carson Wentz takes a lot of bullets for a guy who was absolutely just destroyed physically. But Carson Wentz, as a leader,
So much better.
compared to Jalen. I mean, Jalen just shows you so much more poise,
Yeah,
so much
Jalen's
more
such a better
leadership.
leader.
So
I thought
much
you were
more-
saying Wentz was so much
No, no,
better.
Oh no, no,
Jalen-
no!
no, I thought
I'm saying,
Andrew was-
I'm
yeah,
saying
no,
that was
Jalen.
that was his flaw.
Say, slow down.
His flaw was you got to get the quarterback has to get people that are willing to coalesce behind them, and he did a really poor job of that.
He did.
And that's on him.
Darren
That's-
Sproles was once again on Deshaun and Shady's podcast the other day talking about how Wentz had eyes on Ertz, and that was it.
I mean, there it is. It's just and look.
But June might
that's
be
it.
right. There might be some people that are that way. Like, look, I'm going to be that way the day JoJo's gone. Right? Like, this is what you guys wanted. If they start losing basketball games, I'm gonna be the guy that
If they
says
start losing basketball games,
listen,
this team hasn't gone out of the first round in almost a quarter of a century.
when I say
Don't tell me
losing,
about what they win.
I say not even making the playoffs, John.
I heard a great conversation from the best show ever yesterday about this.
Mm-hmm.
And Tyrone was going, they made the playoffs 7 straight years. And I literally wanted to throw up in my mouth. Not that the analysis wasn't good because Tyrone was making some good points. But when that got trotted out, I'm like, are you serious? We're talking about making the playoffs in the NBA as being some sort of milestone?
Right.
Seriously? You can break wind your way into the NBA playoffs. You can have a baked bean dinner and find a way into the NBA players. Stop with they've made the playoffs. It's nothing. It doesn't mean anything.
Well, let
to
me
make
ask
the
you-
playoffs in the NBA.
Let me ask you about that, Johnny.
It doesn't.
I have a question, and this isn't
Sure.
necessarily for you because I know where you stand on this.
Okay.
This is a question that I need a lot of Sixers fans to look within and give a legitimate answer and not an emotional one. Can the Sixers really make a playoff run as a low seed? Now, I know where you are at with this one. There are a lot of people that I think are blinded by the 2021 Miami Heat.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that they were an 8 seed, they got to the NBA Finals. And don't forget, on the other side, the Lakers were a 7 seed. They got to the Western Conference Finals and took the Nuggets team that ended up winning the championship deep in that playoff series. Those are anomalies. And I feel comfortable saying that as a staunch Sixers defender and Joel Embiid fan where I am still trying to schedule that tattoo.
You are.
They can't win as a low seed. Like,
They're not making a run as a low seed.
And it's just
They're just not.
It's just proven, right? Like, it's like the NFL. More often than not, and probably like 80% of the time, you have to be like a 1 or 2 seed in order to get to the Super Bowl. It's just
the 1 and 2 seed makes it to the Super Bowl so much more exponentially than and in the NBA, top seeds.
Yeah. For multiple reasons.
You're not usually ever making a run. You're not winning a championship when you got to win 3-4 series on the road.
Right. And that's the thing. Like, so if you think about the NFL, home field advantage matters.
It does.
And oh, by the way, you're probably a good team if you're a 1 or 2 seed. Like that's a part of it. In the NBA, the home court advantage is a big deal. And if you're the 8th seed and you got to play Boston in round 1, what was the point?
Right. I mean, but he'll be healthy in the playoffs. I got to tell you right now, if the Sixers play Boston in the first round after winning in the play-in tournament, they're going to play the Celtics and they're going to get freaking smoked. So everybody who says, yeah, but if he's healthy come playoff time, don't give me this anything can happen crap. They could lose in 6. They could lose. It's not happening. I don't believe it's happening. I don't believe in any way, shape, or form that it's happening.
I'll play the other side.
Okay.
But here's the thing, right? You look at those lower seeds and why do they not work? Because normally you say if you're a 1 or 2 seed, Andrew, you're probably a pretty good team.
Yeah.
Normally if you're a 7 or 8 seed, you're probably not a very good team. If the Sixers were a 7 or an 8 seed this year, that would be an anomaly based on the way that the season started.
But here's my retort to that, even though you're right. And this is the thing that drives me a little crazy.
You got that affirmation, Connor.
This is what drives me a little crazy for the people that are doing the whole just be healthy come playoff time. The next excuse, if they don't make a deep playoff run, will be
they didn't
have much time to play with each other.
You know what? They would have had the time. They would have had the time if JoJo had rehabbed all summer.
Correct.
They would have had the time. But it was a conscious choice not to have that time.
But I've been hearing this for 5 or 6 years now because the Sixers, they traded James Harden. They traded Ben Simmons. They did this. They did that. They acquired Jimmy Butler, Tobias Harris. That team was great on paper, but they only had X amount of time to play with one another. And then Jimmy Butler left. And then they signed the max contract to Tobias Harris. And then the next trade they made, well, they didn't have much time to gel, either because of Joel Embiid's injuries or because of the timing of the addition of said players. And so you're right. It would be an outlier because they are a good basketball team on paper. But they would be playing a Celtics team that had all last season to play.
Right.
They won a championship. They gel. They know how to play with one another. And then come playoff time, they will know exactly where everybody's going to be. There's still a learning curve. Like, playing pickup basketball 5-on-5 is fun and all, but you know what's even more fun? When you're playing with a team that you know, this guy's going to get to this spot. I know he's going to be there.
Right, but you're missing the question and the answer. Right. This is the same thing as the can you win with Nick Sirianni conversation.
I don't believe
it's gonna be significantly tougher if you're a lower seed. But we believe that the ceiling of this team is a championship because of the talent that they have on the roster. Talking to you, Andrew, I know how John stands on that. But like, if you believe they're that good, the door is not closed on them. If they're in the dance, they have a chance. Now, it could be like the Doctor Strange Avengers where you see a million different scenarios and there's only one that works.
Well, literally, the Sixers-Bulls is a prime example. It took Noah and Rose getting hurt, and then they win that playoff series. So
and then what happened after it?
They took the Celtics to 7 because Doc Rivers is a horrible
but they
head coach.
Exactly. But they didn't win.
I know.
And that is like the idea that they could win one series. I mean, the idea that people and John Maley, one of our fine listeners, points out. He goes, citing the playoffs. They've made the playoffs 7 straight years. The reason they started the damn process was because of the fact they didn't want to be in that end of the playoffs, win a series, and not go anywhere and be in that purgatory. So stop with that being a talking point of, well, they're not a successful organization, period.
Wow.
So they're not a successful organization.
That's a step too far.
I do believe that's a step too far.
Okay. Then we have far different opinions.
Yes, we do.
On what success is.
That's what makes this show beautiful,
That's
Johnny.
interesting.
So add that to the discussion point as well. For those of you who say, as long as he's healthy come playoff time, look within yourself. Be honest with yourself. Do you believe they can really make a playoff run as a low seed? They can still be a high seed. It's just going to take a lot of work. 610-632-0975. Coming up next, Bram Weinstein, the voice of the Commanders, who the Eagles play tomorrow. We talked to him to get some insight on the Washington Commanders. It is Kincade Salciunas on a Wednesday morning, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Wednesday morning. Our man Adam Schefter joins us coming up at 8 o'clock. Don't forget, entire 8 o'clock hour to know the show for your chance to win a pair of Flyers tickets for next Wednesday, 1 week from today, the Flyers-Hurricanes game. Get your tickets at PhiladelphiaFlyers.com. Beautiful lower-level seats, John.
What's interesting is our guest who's coming up, you and him can sort of commiserate. We used to host shows together at ESPN Radio.
I got to ask him how he survived.
And he did. Well, look, he's thriving. He's the voice of the damn Commanders now. Are you kidding me?
Dude, by the way,
I'm not sure Bram gets that gig if he hadn't spent time with me.
That's true.
In there.
I'm sure he owes it all to you. By the way,
maybe.
Speaking of voices, our man Ray Dunn again last night.
Great job.
Because the Sixers game didn't start till 7:30, so I watched that 7 to 7:30 time zone of Temple Drexel. And Ray just sounded amazing with Mark Jackson as the color analyst.
I heard guys who I went to Temple with, who are big Temple Hoop fans, who follow it closer than I do even.
Yeah.
And they were like, by the way, that Ray Dunn,
really
he
good,
was
man.
really good. He was really smooth.
He was on ESPN Plus last night. It was amazing.
If Ray continues to work his craft, one day he may be Bram Weinstein.
Maybe.
It might come to that.
If he's lucky.
Well,
But
let's talk to him.
But he won't do the Commanders.
Let's head to the Comcast Business Hotline. Every day in business, big day. Let Comcast Business get you ready for what's next. Bram Weinstein, the voice of the Commanders, joins us. Bram, good morning. How are we?
That's the first time I've ever heard someone say someone will be like me. So I really, really, really appreciate that.
Hey, this kid's good, too. I'll point you in his direction. He's good. We talked the other day, and looking at this, looking at the Birds and the Commanders coming up tomorrow night. I'll look forward to giving you a big hug. But I got to tell you right now, I don't know if the Commanders are ready for this stage. We talked a little bit about it. You, as somebody who has watched this team ascend this year, how ready do you think they are for the stage tomorrow night?
I think they answered that question in week 3, honestly. This is a very new team. There's 30-plus new players on it. Obviously, new coaching staff. The ownership is new-ish. It was their first real full season implementing what they want to do, new GM, new everything. And so, I think we had tempered expectations. We've watched Jaden Daniels in the spring and the summer, and you can just tell by his play, he's never looked like a rookie. So we were really optimistic that they got the right guy. Things are going to change, but everything's really different, and there's weaknesses on this roster that are like glaring and obvious. So we're all sitting there in the summer going, if they end up 9-8, that'd be amazing, and like slip into a wild card or something like that. And then week 3 rolled around, and they played in Cincinnati on Monday night, and they're 1-1, and it was their first what I would describe big game, and they were unreal, and Jaden was unreal at the end of the game. And they won, and there was a crazy catch by McLaurin late that kind of sealed it. Cincinnati needed it. They were 0-2 and lost. The crowd was nuts. It was a great atmosphere. And then we asked the question, okay, they just had their first big win. Is this real? What are they going to do? And they had a short week, went to Arizona, which at the time no one thought was a big deal, but go look at their record right now. Mm-hmm. And they stayed out west the whole week and blew them out. So the long answer to your question is, I do think they're ready for it. There's nothing in me that says they're not ready for something like this. I've already seen it. The question is, are they hitting the Eagles at the wrong time with the state of the injuries that they have? And I think that's really kind of the bigger question for me.
Yeah, so what are some of the injuries that your squad will be dealing with? Because the Eagles are getting healthier going into a Thursday night, not just because some players are returning, but they were able to take their fourth quarter off against the Cowboys, whereas your squad banged up and had a physical contest with the Steelers on Sunday.
Yeah, really big physical contest. Brian Robinson didn't play again. Brian Robinson's a question mark. They're 1-2 without him. So if he doesn't play, it's a difference in their running game, a significant difference. So we don't know yet. We'll find out later today if he's going to go or not. And then in front of him is the offensive line. That's just the injuries have caught up with them. You guys are getting healthier, getting your left tackle back. This team they were playing a rookie left tackle. They were rotating with a veteran, Cornelius Lucas. He's missed the last 2 games, ankle injury. Don't know whether he's going to play. Brandon Coleman, he's got a shoulder injury. He's gotten through it. Andrew Wiley, their starting right tackle, didn't play last week. He was active but didn't play, shoulder injury. So they were down to their third, fourth tackle. They're beat up in the middle of the line. You'll see on our injury list that all of them have something, and it's showing. So the attrition on the offensive line and the absence of Robinson is the part that I think is most concerning about the Washington offense. That is a legitimate top 5 offense that has a quarterback that's clearly going to be the rookie of the year. And even last week with all those injuries and Jaden playing, I wouldn't say his worst game, but his most inefficient game of the year, he still scored 27 on the number 2 scoring defense. And we walked out of there going, man, they left a ton on the field. If you go watch, you see all the drops, the missed connections, the missed assignments, which has been really rare this year. The execution's a big part of their success this year. You'd look at that and go, man, they almost won anyway, and they really were far from playing their best.
Bram, what has Dan Quinn brought to the table? And as far as I got to observe this guy up close and personal and see what kind of a motivator he is and everything. But strategically, what is him and his coaching staff meant to taking, I guess, like half the roster from last year and making it just a much better outfit?
Yeah, the newcomers is really part of it. I mean, there's just so many new players, a lot of veterans. I mean, like, we weren't sure when they signed Zach Ertz, Austin Eckler, Dante Fowler, Jeremy Chin, the first 2 more so than the last 2. We didn't really, we didn't know what kind of impact they would have. How much, I think with Ertz and Eckler, it was a lot about, like, how much juice is left in the tank. And they've both been, all of these things have been hits. Like, they have these 1-year deals on very good veteran players that you were taking a chance on that could kind of rekindle their career. And it's been there. And I'm telling you, I've never seen chemistry on this team like this. And, granted, there was a lot going on here for years and years and years under the previous ownership. And that derailed that type of what they call brotherhood. But it's real. This team really plays hard for one another. I think that is emblematic of Dan Quinn. Like, I think that that's what he's really brought here. Defensively, they've kept it together. I think they have weaknesses on the edge. Marshawn Lattimore, I'll be shocked if he plays because they acquired him at the trade deadline. He hasn't practiced yet, so I'll be shocked if he plays. We know what A.J. Brown has done, to Washington the last couple of years. The biggest weakness on this team and why they went after Lattimore at the trade deadline is corner. So that's a problem tomorrow night, too. But this team plays really hard. I mean, really hard, which is another reason why, to your original question, are they ready for a stage like this? I know that they are. I don't know they're in the right shape, from an injury perspective, and I don't know that they could really use Lattimore tomorrow night badly. So I don't know that they got the right matchup, and I don't know that they're in the right shape, but I can promise you this, they're going to show up and they're going to play hard, and you're in for a fight.
Bram, I'm curious to get your thoughts on this. Our main topic today is about polarizing figures in this city and why it seems like people are on one side. Either you're staunchly defending somebody or you're always hating on a person. And Jalen Hurts was the guinea pig. That was the first person we focused on. You have to call 2 games a year where Jalen Hurts is the quarterback against the Washington Commanders. What are your thoughts on the Eagles franchise quarterback?
So I thought, like, a few years ago, the superpower of him was the zone read, and I thought he was the best in the league at it. He was just tremendous. You guys would probably know a lot more than I do about last year, but I think he was hurt. That's just my sense of watching a lot of tape on him, getting ready to call games against him. I think he was hurt, and maybe more so than they were letting on publicly. Maybe you guys knew more because you're. That's what read to me. I think he's I don't know his leadership. You guys would know that part, but I think he's a very, very good player with, to be fair, really, really good skill position players. Like, now with Saquon, beyond top tier, like maybe the best wide receiver in the NFL, maybe the best running back in the NFL, and an incredible offensive line. So I think he's a beneficiary of being on a really, really good team, but I don't want to take anything away from him. I think he's tough. I think when he runs the ball, he is extraordinarily dangerous, and I don't know that he's going to be back to what he was a couple of years ago when that was an enormous weapon that I think was almost unstoppable. And on 3rd and short, it seems to remain that they are pretty much unstoppable to extending drives. And therein lies, I think, what I would say about him. I think he's really, really, really good. But, I think what gets dangerous is well, he's not this person or that person, and therefore, and I don't think that's fair to him. We're going to have this with Jane Daniels in the very near future. Is he Pat Mahomes? Is he Josh Allen? Is he Lamar Jackson? Or is he a tier below? And it's such a terrible argument to make when the guy's a winner, which is what I kind of look at Jalen Hurts. I think he's a winner.
Look forward to seeing you tomorrow night, and we look forward to a big game down at the Link. It's going to be a hostile environment, so be ready. I may not be nice.
I want that hug too.
Yeah, you get my.
I want to congratulate you in person on
Thank you,
cancer again. That's amazing.
Thank you, brother. Love you, Bram.
All right, I'll see you there tomorrow night.
Man. We'll see
There
you.
he is, Bram Weinstein on the Comcast Business Hotline, the voice of the Washington Commanders, who the Eagles face tomorrow.
He grew up like a Redskins fan.
Yeah.
And to get to be the voice of the team you loved growing
gotta
up.
be awesome.
See, Ray Dunn, life goals.
Yep.
Life goals.
But then again, Ray Dunn, very unbiased yesterday doing the Temple Drexel game.
Ray
Good
Dunn's
work by
good,
him,
man.
man. He's a professional.
He's good.
All right, coming up next, John's going to expand a little bit on Dan Quinn. You heard him mention to Bram that he knows Dan pretty well. Now, you gave us the warm and fuzzies earlier with the clip from Ricky Pitalico. It might be the opposite with your knowledge on Dan Quinn. We find out next. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Mike Missanelli.
I thought they would get a test from Dallas. I really did.
Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. And we're going to be joined by our man Adam Schefter coming up at 8 o'clock. And don't forget, know the show throughout the entire 8 o'clock hour for your chance to win a pair of Flyers tickets for the game against the Hurricanes 1 week from today. Violation on myself.
What's the violation?
And then you're going to tell us about Dan Quinn. So around 6:25 this morning, you know it, Connor, you do not. So my wife leaves the house at 6:30 to drop Coop off at daycare and then go to work. And, I'm big into cooking, so I saw a recipe. I was like, hey, can you take the chicken thighs out of the freezer, right?
Okay. Oh, no.
Didn't realize she was off today.
Oh.
Wait a minute. May I ask you something?
Go for it.
How do you not know your wife's off?
Her schedule changes so much.
So she doesn't work weekends, right?
Correct.
Is she usually off Wednesday or not?
She used to be, and then they started scheduling her the last 4 Wednesdays.
So there's an excuse.
And
okay.
I've now grown accustomed to picking up my son from daycare on Wednesdays and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, so I called her.
You guys doing a little lunch date to make up for that?
No, my son's not at daycare today.
Can't you do something where the kid plays in the playground and you guys go eat and hang out?
What playground? Not near a restaurant? Am I just leaving it at the...
seriously?
Yes.
There's little
leave it at the park and drive away. Mommy and Dad will be back in a few minutes.
That have little play areas.
And go get a carton of eggs
for kids. You might
That's
be
what
going
my parents
to
used to do to me. I turned out okay.
Yeah,
okay, don't go. Don't go. After hearing that story, do not go.
All right, tell us about Dan Quinn, because you gave us the happiness of the Ricky Patalico clip earlier about how this season's the opposite of last season.
Which by the way, Ricky, thank you for the positive thought.
Yes, we appreciate it. But now you're going to try to bring us down.
No, I'm not. I'm going to tell you, though, that what we can expect tomorrow night is Dan Quinn had a thing where he very much likes to his teams play games in a phone booth.
Okay.
They very much, his style of coaching and his style of team, usually great energy, they enjoy the physical contact, but they tend to play really, really tight games.
Okay.
He's got 5 games on his resume when he's played the Birds. He's 2-3 all time. He won the 2 matchups when he was a head coach in Atlanta, and then he lost all 3 here at the Link.
Okay.
But everybody remember, that divisional playoff game, which, again, you can thank me for since Keanu Neal was living in my house when he did it. That game was an absolute dogfight.
Absolutely was.
Banner night.
Yeah,
remember getting booed off the field at halftime and everything like that?
Deservedly so.
And it came down to the last scenario. Possession of, here come the Falcons with the ball with a chance, and it just doesn't pay off. The game in 2016 that they lost in Doug Peterson's first year, Falcons lost 24-15, but it was pretty much a one-score type of game all day long. He's 0-3 in Philadelphia all time by a total of 20 points.
Okay.
You got to, this is a game you better expect. They're going to find a way to strategically play it tight. He wants to play fourth quarter games. Dan Quinn's whole mentality as a head coach, get to the fourth quarter. Can we just keep it close to get to the fourth quarter? Can we muddy the waters? Can we run clock? Can we try to bleed some clock, bleed possessions so it comes down to a fourth quarter possession? Now, I feel really good with Jalen Hurts at home in a fourth quarter possession. But just expect this one's going to be tough.
Oh, do you think it's going to be a quick game if both teams are run out the clock kind of teams?
Well, it could be. I mean,
or
it could
the
be.
Eagles thrown because the Commanders' secondary is not that great.
Well, I never judge that it's going to be a positive with that Nick Sirianni is going to choose to take advantage of what the other team doesn't do well. And the opportunity for the Birds to throw on over the top on those small corners or to exploit those matchups is huge. So I expect them to do that because I also believe you got to wonder about the Saquon factor coming off a big game on Sunday, another where they asked him to do a lot.
He only had 14 carries.
That was a physical still contest that he had, and I wonder in the short week what they'll do there. My guess would be running early, throwing late, but I know Jeff Kerr from CBS pointed this out. The Eagles are preferring this year to set up the run by throwing first.
Yeah, well, that's what they've been believing in. But
the point differential in 5 games, of his career versus the Eagles for Dan Quinn is 14 points.
Yeah, it's tight.
So expect a field goal game tomorrow night or something really, really tight because it's just what his teams do.
Yeah, and it's a short week, so it's tough for both teams.
Exactly.
How many blowouts?
And Connor was saying that, a lot of times you get a little blah. Now, we didn't get it with the Ravens-Bengals.
No, we did not. That came.
But we did get a black defensive game.
That's true. Yeah, for both teams.
But just be prepared.
Okay,
he plays tough
we'll
games.
be prepared.
I don't think that's a negative. I don't think that's a be afraid of Dan Quinn. But Dan Quinn's teams play really tight football games.
Listen, with the Eagles' first quarter scoring, they might want to be a fourth quarter team too. They're comfortable with having to get things going later.
That's true.
Or I would suggest spot them a 28-3 lead.
Let's not do that.
They say I shouldn't have done that.
Well, it's a different team.
And Dan's a good man.
It's a different team.
I shouldn't have done that.
All right, so here's what we got coming up next. We have Adam Schefter, who joins us every single Wednesday at 8 o'clock. And again, for the entire hour, know the show. I would say listen closely to Schefter. How about that? Listen closely to Schefter. That will probably be the question and answer from Know the Show around 8:50 when we ask the question for the pair of lower-level Flyers tickets for next Wednesday's game against the Canes. Get your tickets at PhiladelphiaFlyers.com. Don't forget, it's a Wednesday, 8:47 Power Ranking segment, Johnny's favorite segment of the week.
You weren't going to disappoint me, I hope.
Can't wait for it. It is Kincade Salciunas on this Wednesday morning, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
The Sixers. Wednesday morning here on 97.5 The Fanatic. We hope you have a safe drive into work today. We will be joined.
I'm glad you caught that.
Thank you. We'll be joined momentarily by our man Adam Schefter on the Comcast Business Hotline. Still a lot to come your way. Of course, the NFL.com Power Rankings at 8:47. John's favorite segment of the week.
I'm going to be listening to Schefter, see if I can win Flyers tickets.
And yes, listen closely to Adam Schefter. Know the Schefter. Know the show for your chance to win a pair of Flyers tickets for next week's game against the Canes. Lower level seats, beautiful seats. You can buy your tickets at PhiladelphiaFlyers.com. Let's head to the Comcast Business Hotline, where every day business is a big day. Let Comcast Business help you move forward with what's next. And he's brought to us by Landis Block. Create your very own jaw-dropping backyard paradise online at LandisBC.com. From ESPN, Shefty. Adam Schefter joins us. What's up, Shefty?
Short week. I'm all ready, though, guys. I've been getting ready for this segment knowing it's a short week and getting in reps, and we're all ready to go for today and for tomorrow night as well.
Now, how fired up are you for this game? Because you've been talking about Jaden Daniels since OTAs. Yeah. And, of course, the Eagles are 7-2. The Commanders are 7-3. It's a big game in general, but you've had eyes on Daniels for a while.
Yeah, well, this was the concern if you're the Eagles all along, that Jaden Daniels was going to be Jaden Daniels. Second straight year, the number 2 draft pick has turned out to be the number 1 pick, really. Right? Last year, C.J. Stroud goes behind Bryce Young. We see how that went. This year, Jaden Daniels goes behind Caleb Williams. We see how that's going so far. And, here's the thing about Jaden Daniels, though, is that when you talk to the people there, this guy totally gets it. He's a leader. He is respected. He's all the right things and all the right stuff. And so that tells me that it's not just going to be this year. It's not going to be, a one and done. It's not going to be some kind of guy just getting lucky in his first year. That tells me this guy, if he can stay healthy, is going to be one of those players in your division for years to come. Like, for years I covered John Elway in the West, and the Chargers, Chiefs, and Raiders are always miserable that they have to play John Elway twice a year and be in the same division. And there are teams like that, in the AFC North with Lamar Jackson, or the AFC West now with Patrick Mahomes, or the AFC with Josh Allen. And I think that's the level of guy I'm talking about with Jaden Daniels for this and for seasons to come, as long as he stays healthy.
Our own Ricky Batalico was saying something yesterday on the afternoon show, and his comment was, could we be seeing last year's Eagles season sort of in reverse? Where last year they started out great, but were leaking oil, and then everything fell apart. This year they were sort of leaking oil early, and it seems to be rolling into shape. Are you getting that vibe about this team and what you're hearing about this team?
Yeah, well, I think this team has improved, right? And I think that the systems, the coordinators, Kellen Moore on offense, Vic Fangio on defense, I think that the units have gotten better. They've gone that way. So that's a great point. Like, it's been the reverse Eagles. And you just hope it can continue here in the final, 7 games of the year. So they have gotten better. And for their sake and everybody else's, the noise has gotten a little quieter. And the play has gotten better. And those are the trends that they want to see continue going on here, moving forward, starting Thursday night against the Commanders.
We're speaking to Adam Schefter on the Comcast Business Hotline. Shefty, we talked to you about Vic Fangio a lot because you are a big fan of Vic Fangio.
He's a Fangio. He's like a fan alone.
I know he is.
Yep. I like that. Fan. Those would be good shirts, right? Fangio.
Yes.
They would be good shirts. Trademark it, Shefty. You need more money, man.
No, he doesn't.
When you see Vic Fangio having the success with the younger players, and then also not playing Bryce Huff that much, which was the big free agent signing for Howie Roseman, does it just tell you that Vic Fangio has full control when it comes to this defense? And, of course, he deserves it. But is that what you find out, that this guy has full control of this defense?
Well, it's his defense, and he's going to lead the way and do its best. But I guarantee there's input from the coaching staff, the front office. I mean, it's not the Vic Fangio show in its entirety, but he's the leader of that defense. So they all are smart enough and bright enough to figure out what makes that defense most effective. And right now it hasn't been playing Bryce up. I still think that there's going to be a spot for him to contribute. He's going to be a factor at some point. It just really hasn't happened yet.
Do you when you look at all the pieces on this Eagles offense, would you expect them to be a team that is a pass first, run first offense, or something more diverse with the way that they're getting success from a guy like A.J. Brown and from, of course, what Saquon Barkley brings to the table?
Yeah, well, I think, what's interesting is that the offensive line, went to Nick Sirianni during the bye week and said, we need to run the football more. They weren't doing that enough. And I think that this team started the season as a pass-first team. And I think some of the offensive linemen spoke up and made their voices known. And I think there was a shift. Now, I don't know whether it's a multiple diverse team or whether it's a run-first team, but I think that they've gotten more to the run, and they should be doing that, and that's how it should be going, because the run then sets up the pass. You don't see the pass setting up the run, but it does go the other way around. And I think that the Eagles' offensive line was key in that in the bye week, and I think that was one of those moments of truth for a team where they speak up, let their voices be heard, speak out for the betterment of the team, and have it turn out to be something that's heard and implemented.
Speaking of Saquon Barkley and run-first offenses, your 6 leading rushers, Derrick Henry, big contract this offseason. Saquon Barkley, contract this offseason. Chuba Hubbard just got a contract extension. Josh Jacobs, big contract extension. Bijan Robinson, Jahmyr Gibbs, those round out your top 6. Those 2 players, of course, first-round picks still on their rookie contract. Is this a direction we could see the NFL going back toward, seeing the struggles with some young quarterbacks, that the running backs all of a sudden get a healthy market again?
Well, it's relative, right? Because all these guys were bargains still. I mean, Derrick Henry for, I think it was $8 million a year. Like, who is not going to do that? The amazing part is there was not more interest in these guys. I don't know that the prices are going to dramatically increase or rise, but I think what you'll see is more teams back in that market. Like, losing Saquon Barkley is not something you want to do. And the Eagles were able to pluck him away from the Giants, and that worked out incredibly well. And Derrick Henry, there were people who felt like he was on the back legs of his career, and he's obliterated that notion. Chuba Hubbard actually got paid more on his deal than Derrick Henry, if you could believe that. The deal that came in was, on average, just a little bit north of Derrick Henry. Bijan and Jahmyr Gibbs, I would imagine, sign extensions as soon as they're eligible to get deals done. Those teams will want to lock them in. I think that what you may see from that is that teams recognize, okay, there is value and importance and significance on landing a running back, but I don't know that you're going to see prices on them skyrocket or all of a sudden teams using high picks on them. They're still going to go where they belong to go, wherever that is, wherever the value is. I just think that these running backs have come in, and you've seen how much they've meant to their teams, and we'll now see how that's reflected in the market. But I don't anticipate that that's going to dramatically shift things.
All right, can we have a little beef?
Yeah.
I consider you part of our family here at Kincade Salciunas and here at the Fanatic.
What did I do?
Well, you were on with Pat McAfee the other day.
Yeah.
And I got to tell you, first of all, Pat doesn't understand what the word Johns means. He should never use it. He's calling misuse of the word John, but you're not a Philly native, so I sort of understand that's okay.
Yeah.
But Pat McAfee and his crew, I think, went unchecked by you about the fans getting on Nick Sirianni. He's 7-2. He's 7-2. And these Philly Johns are calling him names and saying he sucks. They don't bring up the screaming at the fans that the owner had to take him to the woodshed for. They don't bring up melting down at the presser, turning it into a daycare center. They don't bring up all the horrible in-game choices that Nick Sirianni makes. I got to tell you, we're counting on you to be a little more having our back. He takes shots at the Philly fan base and doesn't bring up any of the reasons that Nick Sirianni's getting crushed. Nobody's saying he's a terrible, terrible coach. They're bringing up all the different problems that he creates. I'm expecting you to have our back a little bit more.
You got it. I got you. First, I didn't know that was some derogatory. I didn't even know that he was
No, it's
doing
not a
that, whatever.
derogatory thing. It's he's misusing a term, and people outside of like 70 miles of here don't know how to use it. So he's we're not Philly Johns.
What should it be? What should it be? What should the reference be so I could use it?
Well, I think he was
Philly
trying.
fans, period.
Yeah,
Just
Philly
fans, period.
I thought
End
he
of
was
story.
trying. I thought he was trying to make he was trying to use it in a term, and I'm going to just take artistic license that he was calling us like clowns or something like that,
okay.
which he doesn't understand. He doesn't understand what John means, so he shouldn't use it. But more importantly, he's depicting us as we don't accept and love Nick Sirianni enough. First of all, I'm sensing there's some sort of a personal relationship there, maybe through the Indianapolis ties. That there's some sort of, because the defensive Nick Sirianni is coming from nobody who watches this team on a daily basis and has lived through his coaching tenure.
Right. Well, I'm glad you point that out, and I want you both to know that I have your backs, that I have the backs of your market.
I love that.
And we're gonna set him straight and just say, hey, Philly fans get worked up when they deserve to be worked up.
Yes.
And that's how it goes, right?
And I believe those things were deserving to be worked up
And they were.
over.
Good job.
Despite them still being 7-2.
Now here's the deal. If they go to 8-2, I imagine all is going to be peacing quiet on.
You know how
McAfee.
You know how we started the show. You know how we started the show. Though he was noisy about it on Monday, and you know what? You know how our Monday show started. Andrew and I talking, and we said, "Let's get this out of the way." Nick Sirianni did nothing but a great job yesterday.
Yeah, we celebrated it.
We started the show saying there's nothing to get on Nick Sirianni about. That was a well-coached game, great game plan. Things worked out well. And then we moved on to other topics. So it's like, I think it was disingenuous of him painting us as being like all anti-Sirianni all the time.
See, there's a lesson in there, though. You know what the lesson is? When the team plays well and wins, people are going to applaud Nick Sirianni.
Correct.
And when the team loses and he does something that he shouldn't, then fans are going to be on Nick Sirianni. Then, see if I get this right. Philly fans are going to be on Nick Sirianni.
Yeah, not Philly, not Philly Johns.
Yes, Philly
I
fans.
have no idea. In Indianapolis, they do not know what Johns means. So please.
Yeah, well, yeah.
There you go. We love that.
Shefty, the game Sunday against the Cowboys was such a blowout that we had to find other storylines to talk about. And one of the storylines was that big yellow thing in the sky. It's called the sun.
I've heard of it.
Does Jerry Jones talk about that with his people? I'm trying to figure out how to even phrase this question. That became a problem, not just for Jalen Hurts looking downfield, but his own players. CeeDee Lamb literally could not catch a touchdown pass because the sun was in his eyes. What goes through the minds of Dallas Cowboys fans, personnel, players, and of course Jerry Jones, where that is a legitimate factor at this time of the year?
It's become a thing for him. He just doesn't want to bend and budge there for whatever reason. And the interesting thing is that they'll do other events in that arena, that venue. They've done basketball games, they've done concerts, and there are shades. And I didn't know that we're going to be talking about interior decorating when it comes to Jerry's world and bringing in interior designers and talking about shades. That's something, if you want to get my wife on to talk about shades, she can come do that. I'm not usually a specialist in that area. But now it's become an issue in Dallas where they don't have shades and blinds to cover the sun that comes in. And the highest paid receiver in football can't catch the football because the shades from the decorator are not there. I mean, the whole thing is just wacky to me. And you know what it is? It's one more excuse for a team that's just not getting it done. That's it. Catch the ball. Put up shit. Do it. Talk about that and say, by the way, it's better than talking about that than, how they're going to blow up the franchise or the changes they're going to make. So fine. Talk about the shades for a week. Whatever.
Absolutely. Shefty, listen, man, we appreciate it as always. Make sure you tell Pat McAfee we said hello.
Tell him we say hello and send our love.
I will tell him that the Philly sports fans, the Philly fans send their best.
Yeah, we love them. Thanks, you, buddy.
Shefty. We appreciate it. We'll talk to you again next week.
Have a great day, guys.
Take care, buddy.
There is Adam Schefter on the Comcast Business Hotline, brought to us by Landis Block. Create your very own jaw-dropping backyard paradise online at landisbc.com. The sun thing is still amazing.
I can't believe it's even an issue.
It's
are you so stubborn?
I
that
guess.
and I know I've been in the building for other events.
You have. You said it earlier this week before Schefter.
And they had drapes. Like they had a drape system that actually even was staggered by the amount of window that it had to cover. So they're there.
And then Jerry's trying to sound smart about it, like, well, we know where the sun is. That's why we defer. That's why we do this, and we game plan for it. You hurt your own team got hurt because of it.
And if he did, he picked the worst 2 quarters to have the sun.
Right.
Doesn't make any sense.
It's unbelievable. All right, it is 8:16 on a Wednesday morning.
Talk about not making sense.
Time now for today's headlines with Connor Thomas.
Today's headlines with Connor Thomas.
I think you make sense sometimes.
Well, I'd hope so. Because
Sometimes he does, yeah.
I'm going to give you guys some love, or your alma mater at least. We're going to do a little bit of an update with the Big 5 games going on. All right, easy. Let me get to it. So Temple starts off taking down. They beat Drexel 69-61 last night. A nice win for the Owls.
Big win. Look, it was a Salciunas family battle.
Oh,
My sister went to Drexel, so this is big for me.
And we don't like her.
I don't think she has any idea that the two teams played last night.
Well, that's a good win for you guys. And then Nova falls to St.
That was a good one for us, too.
Why do you sound sad about that?
The Holy War.
I don't feel sad. That's a...
The Holy War did not go well last night. They usually don't.
So we were texting yesterday. At what point does Brendan Gunn, Temple Owl alum, who rocks Villanova gear left and right, he was Jalen Brunson for Halloween this year. At what point does he go, let me support the real basketball school in the city?
No, he's not allowed.
University.
He is not allowed under any way, shape, or form to be wearing Temple Hoop stuff, to be supporting the program, or anything. You're out. Go hang out at the Walmart and get your Villanova shirts with all the other, Walmart alumni.
Well, you can also get them at Rally House. It's your city. It's your house. It's Rally House.
It's a great spot. But that's where the real Villanova grads get their stuff.
Yeah,
the guys who have parchment.
I mean,
ladies.
It's tough for Villanova fans right now, and someone needs to tell Kyle Neptune.
You don't know basketball.
Wow.
Honestly, at this point,
telling the head coach of the Villanova Wildcats he doesn't know basketball?
No, Doc Rivers is. I'm just hitting the button.
Oh, okay.
I'm just hitting the button.
That was Doc asked you. Okay, I understand.
Speaking of basketball, so you know how teams do giveaways at halftime for fans on the court? It's fun events. It gives you something to do while you get a beer in between quarters or halves.
Yes.
So the Magic had a competition where a fan came out on the court and he had to make a layup, a free throw, a three-pointer, and a half-court shot.
Okay.
He had 30 seconds to do so. And this guy, I think he only missed once. He nails all of them. Goes down the line, hits it, has the big celebration. What do you think his prize was?
I hope it was like $50,000 or something.
You would think that would be an
Season
appropriate.
tickets?
Just a little bit short of that.
What is
he got a Franz Wagner jersey.
What?
That was his prize for that.
Are you kidding me?
Layup, free throw, three-pointer, and half court?
Yes.
No.
That
and
was
half
his
court,
prize.
too.
That
Are
was
you
his prize.
kidding? See, now this is where the Sixers organization, I know the team itself has struggled. They do their fans right. I remember our man Karate Mark. He hit the half-court shot for free season tickets
And
for
that's
the following
just
year.
the half-court shot.
Like, just
That's
do
incredible.
right by your fans. Now, I know there's not many Orlando Magic fans. All right, there weren't many people rocking with Jameer Nelson and Dwight Howard and Hito Turkoglu back in the day. All right, and they're not rocking now with Franz Wagner and his brother, because aren't the Wagner twins
Mo's
both
there
on that
too.
squad? Yeah, like they're not rocking with that squad, even though they got Paolo. He's a good basketball player.
That's a miserable prize.
Wow,
That's
incredible.
horrible.
Yeah.
To do a layup, free throw, three-pointer, and a half-court shot, which if you asked an NBA player to do that, they might not do it. Think about it for a second. Like, half-court shot's hard to make.
Yeah, it's tough.
And you might ask an NBA player to do that, and they might not do it. And you're giving him a Franz Wagner jersey that he could probably buy on some website from overseas for $50.
Haley could get him one for like
exactly.
20.
Now, by the way, speaking of hoops, did you see what happened in the Heat and Pistons game last night?
No.
Oh, you guys missed this.
What did Emo Jimmy do?
No, Emo Jimmy wasn't the problem yesterday. He didn't play.
Well,
So they go to overtime,
that could be on loop.
and the Pistons tie it with 1.1 seconds left. Spoelstra's heated. He's heated. He's not happy with his team for allowing the Pistons to tie the game. Timeout! Timeout! Problem was they had none left.
Oh, no.
So the Pistons tie it. Spoelstra calls the timeout. Technical foul. Pistons win 123 to 121.
They
Couldn't
deserve
happen,
it, those
couldn't happen to a
losers.
nicer bunch.
Like, that's unbelievable that happened.
We relish misery, don't we?
And oh, by the way,
I hope everyone else is sad.
Spo's still one of the best coaches in the NBA, but that's
Fantastic.
crazy. Like, you don't see that happen all that often. They lost the game because he called a timeout when he had none left.
Well, if Michigan ever needs a head coach,
exactly.
basketball, they're ready.
All right, great job, Connor. And again, thanks to Adam Schefter for joining us. Make sure I hope you took notes during the Schefter interview. At the end of this hour, we will ask a question from Adam Schefter. Know the show, know the Schefter, for your chance to win a pair of tickets for next week's Flyers game against the Canes. Coming up next, we'll get to some of your text messages from today's topics, but I am going to open up another one. And it's about attitude toward three teams in the city, all with the same kind of standard right now, which is trying to win a championship, or one goal, I should say. The Phillies, Sixers, and Eagles. The attitude's different for all of them. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic. I hope your driving to work is pleasant today. I don't know what the traffic report is. We don't do that here.
There are cars.
So we're going to get back to our text messages in a second. We've had a couple of great topics on the table, but I'm curious. I want to run this one by you guys. I was thinking about this morning. The Phillies, Sixers, and Eagles all have the same goal right now, and it's to try to win their respective championship, right? The Flyers are rebuilding. And you can make a legitimate case. I know the Sixers haven't gotten out of the second round, but they have talent. The Eagles, they were just in the Super Bowl 2 years ago. Despite last year's collapse, they're trending upward. The Phillies, running it back or not, 95-win team, the goal is to win a championship.
They're going backwards, the Phillies, though.
Why is our attitude for each team completely different? Now, the Sixers one I totally get because of
it should
disappointment every single year.
Shouldn't it?
Aren't the Eagles and Phillies kind of in the same place right now where they have all the talent in the world?
No, the Eagles have a reputation of rewarding us.
Okay.
The Phillies do not have that reputation of rewarding us.
When it comes to overall championships, it's 2-1.
Well, you're talking.
It's not great. It's not great. Bottom line is it's not great.
If we want to go history, there's the Eagles have had a history since the turn of the century,
right?
Of always being in the mix, always the down years lead to like immediate rebounds. Mm-hmm. The Phillies have not. Now the Phillies have given us a real good feel good last 3 years, but the bottom line is the results are declining with a huge payroll.
But the funny thing is, with that being said, here are the three attitudes. The Sixers, it's like, I hate you, love me back. Right? Which is totally fair.
Okay.
Because of all the time and energy that we've put into the Sixers, and they still have yet to get out of the second round since 2001. The Phillies, it's all good. Just get to the playoffs. It's all good. Whereas the Eagles, we're panicking on every play. We panic when it comes to every single play for and myself included. Like I'm guilty of it. We have three totally different attitudes for all three teams that are all championship contenders. Am I wrong?
No.
Well, we don't. We have different ideas of what championship contender means.
I know.
I think the Eagles and the Phillies are legit championship contenders. But I think it should be. I think like our expectations should be because the Eagles are young and ascending.
That's true.
The Phillies are not young and ascending. The Phillies are descending and they're getting older. The Eagles are young, remaking their roster in the midst of still being last year, no matter what we say, an 11-win season was the year that our hair is on fire.
Right.
As terrible
amazing,
as it was.
isn't it?
It was disgusting. It was a disgusting year, and they were 11-6.
Yeah.
And they made the playoffs. You know, for the Eagles, they've managed to rework their roster, get younger, and they're even going to get more young at the end of this season, and no one's going to be going,
but we're more manic with them than we are with the Phillies.
Because they're
Phillies,
16.
Yeah,
it's
16. It's the sport.
I get it.
They're
and
16.
That's probably what it is.
There's it's the sleeve of Oreos if you grew up in my house. My brother was one of those just awful, vile people who would take 4 Oreos like at a time out of the sleeve.
That does not make you a bad person.
And then he would leave here's what left him as a bad person. He would leave 1 in the sleeve. So you had to be the one to throw it out. So when Betty would say, "Who finished the Oreos?" John, I didn't. John must have.
That's a smart move by
He
him.
said,
You know what? I think it's nice because that means he left 1 for somebody.
Yeah,
Exactly.
but he's stuffing
It's
his
thoughtful.
face like for himself.
I'm the guy at the dinner table. I will never take the last of something.
Okay.
I wait for somebody else to take it.
All right.
If you're
I
doing
don't
a
even
ta-
think
if you're
about
doing a
that.
ta- if you're doing a tapas,
Yeah, you're
hey,
always like, no.
who wants it? It's not me.
I
You
wait-
go. So you're a go for it guy.
Hell yeah, I'm hungry.
Here's the problem is, if you, Christine and I were at the table, Connor and a date, and you say, I'm the same way as you, not touching the last one.
Yeah.
The minute you open the door, you may lose a finger. Like, because I'm going to, the minute you say, I'm done with this if anybody wants it, you may lose a finger. Connor and I may, end up rumbling on the table for it.
Well, then I'm not.
But
losing
I need
anything.
the
I'm
open.
stepping
Now, Connor
aside.
would just eat it, right? You're just going for it.
I mean, if no one's grabbed it yet, it's up for grabs.
He's up
Yeah,
for grabs.
I'm gonna let somebody else have it.
There you go.
But anyway,
But anyways, but isn't it amazing? Like we have.
It is. We have totally different rules because, too, We have totally different relations. Look at your relationship with the Sixers.
Yes, that's
compared to mine. Look at your my relationship with the Flyers compared to yours. The relationship we have with Phillies, Eagles. Everybody develops their own personal relationships too,
right,
with teams, and I think that reflects positively and negatively in how we view things.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Because negatively, we ignored a lot of the Phillies' flaws last year. Ultimately. But positively, like they were a 95-win team. So to say that they stunk was ridiculous. Like they also ran into a hot team in the New York Mets. Like it is crazy. It's just we have such different attitudes for all three championship contenders, even though we have different opinions on what a contender is. But three teams that you could make the case are championship contenders. We have three totally different attitudes.
Feels natural, though, for, like, there's nuance in all of this. Those teams aren't all created equal. They're not all as close as the others. There's different structure for how they got there. There's different feel for the players. Like, that's the thing. Where you're at is different for sport. It's different for team. It's different for individual player. So I don't blame people for consuming multiple contenders in different ways.
Okay. Good job, Connor. All right, what do we got on the text line on all of our topics today?
We have a lot of people checking in on this Jalen Hurts thing and the conversation about why we're so critical of him. And Sean from PST brings up that Wentz, the whole conversation about Wentz versus Hurts, you saw Wentz put up these numbers that were franchise records with nothing. And now Jalen Hurts.
And he had nothing.
Yeah. Like prime Nelson Aguilar was like his second best wide receiver.
Right.
But Donovan McNabb, too.
That's
the way.
fair
Except
as
for
well.
Brian Westbrook.
And that T.O. guy that 1 year.
Yeah, that was great. That 1 year was perfect.
But the point that Sean makes in the text is that we see Hurts with everything at his disposal and say, we really shouldn't be cutting this guy a break. And that's why people are so tough on him, because they expect so much more based on the
I'm
talent
tough on him
around
because I have high standards for him. But I don't think what Wentz didn't have should base your opinion on Jalen Hurts.
Well, I do know, though. I would say to you, it's fair to say, what the hell would Wentz have done with all those tools?
Well, yeah, it's fair to say. What would Josh Allen have?
No. Eagles discussion.
Okay.
What would I'll say it to you forever, but I think you're in the same boat.
Donovan McNabb's the best quarterback in Eagles franchise.
Donovan McNabb's the best Eagles franchise ever.
Yeah.
And Donovan McNabb with these weapons, my God.
Yeah, you saw 1 year of T.O.
It would have been, and if he had A.J. Brown, and now the thing is, can I believe that Jalen can get there? Absolutely, he can. There's no question.
I just
in
don't
my
like.
mind that he
It
can.
seems like sometimes use that "what if Carson Wentz, what if McNabb" argument to take away from Jalen.
Well, it could be. Like
if a guy's open, you got to throw the ball to him. Whether it's A.J. Brown or Nay Brown or Nah Brown, excuse me, you got to throw it to him. And Hurts hits his guys. Like it's not like he throws the ball up and it's bleep it. AJ's down there somewhere, and AJ does a backflip. Odell Beckham one-handed catch every time to catch.
Yeah, like guys aren't out there doing reverse hurdles.
Like
for
exactly.
That Devontae Smith touchdown a couple weeks ago on the third and 22. Beautiful toe tap and everything. The throw was in a perfect spot.
And it was and he was going to be the guy to get it.
Right, so
it was perfect.
Devontae makes that catch and maybe Todd Pinkston does not. But the ball's there. Whether it's McNabb, Carson Wentz, Jalen Hurts, if the ball's in the right place, the ball's in the right place.
As a supporter of Jalen Hurts, both of you give me an objective score. When you hear me talk about Jalen Hurts, where do you think I am on like a 1 to 10? As far as a supporter of Hurts, defender of Hurts, whatever, would you give me a score?
Yeah, +5, so 6.5.
You say 6.5?
I'd go higher than that.
6.5, 7.
Yeah, I would go 7.5.
Okay, because like Dylan this morning, Dylan McTrollan has been getting in on the fact that I'm going, the point of Jalen Hurts fumbled in the Super Bowl, Patrick Mahomes didn't. It was 7 gifted points, and I absolutely will believe to my grave that was the difference in that game. It's not ripping on Jalen Hurts. I've also said that Jalen Hurts made me an ultimate believer that day.
Yeah.
But you don't have to just be a blind loyalist and ignore math. You don't have to.
Yeah.
You can be objective and say both things. It's simple math. Math used to be simple.
1 + 1 is 2.
Now they kind of try to complicate it.
All right, coming up next, what isn't complicated is the best segment of the week. Power rankings, baby.
Oh, I'm waiting for this,
The
baby.
NFL.com power rankings, the least biased among all the power rankings. The latest rendition dropped yesterday. Where are the Eagles today after another win, 5 straight? Find out next. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now, a Birds insider.
It's 97.5 The Fanatic. In about a minute or two, I'll ask you the question from Know the Schefter. And if you get it right, you'll get a pair of tickets to the Flyers-Canes game next Wednesday night, November 20th.
I hate them.
Why do you hate them so much?
I just hate the Hurricanes. Not a fan. They play a good brand of hockey. I like it, but I just hate them.
You hate them because you ain't them. Is that what it is?
I want to see. I hate them. I hate the Lightning. I just want. There's some teams that I have a visceral dislike, and comes back to my time working in the league that I just do not like. Hurricanes, one of them.
Okay.
Kick their ass.
Well,
Flyers.
hopefully you can be in attendance for that game by winning Know the Schefter. What do we have on the text line thus far this morning, Mr. Thomas?
We have plenty of people on this Jalen Hurts conversation that we've been talking about.
And we'll reset it all coming up next, but it's basically about polarizing figures.
Yes.
Why is it so split? And Jalen Hurts was the guinea pig today. That was the jumping off point, but we also got into it with Joel Embiid a little bit. But Jalen Hurts has been the big guy because of what happened this past Sunday.
Absolutely. And Blaine in Kentucky brings up there are definitely haters in the fan base. That said, I believe that it all comes from expectations. And when you look at Hurts and the expectations that have been heaped on him since taking this team to the Super Bowl, there's not a lot of room for error. That time, when you see him make even minor mistakes, it makes you think about what that could cost them in the biggest games.
Yeah. I mean, it's difficult because of how we consume the sport. There's so much more of a microcosm on a quarterback. It's the most ruthless position in all sports.
And it's because it's the most important position.
Exactly. It's the sport we care about the most.
Yeah, and so that's why we do jump on it. But the thing is, like, that's a gray area guy there, Blaine, right? Celebrate the good, point out the criticism, or point out the bad, or critique the not so great. Nobody said, at least on the show, that Jalen Hurts stinks after the first 4 weeks of the season.
No.
But it was fair to point out, this needs to get better. Stop turning the football over. And what has he done? He stopped turning the football over. Obviously, this past game is now the outlier over the last 5. But I don't think, like, let's say somebody keeps on getting speeding tickets. And I say,
Kirby Smart would recruit him.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
I could have played at Georgia then.
Exactly.
I drove fast.
Somebody keeps getting speeding tickets, and I go, hey, man.
Slow down.
Slow down.
Exactly.
Stop getting speeding tickets. Is that a crazy thing to say?
No.
No.
All right. Hey, Jalen, need you to stop turning over the ball as much. Why are you being critical of Jalen?
Yes.
Why? It's amazing. Like,
it's the fanboy culture we live in.
Turnovers are bad still in today's NFL with all the analytics, with all the chunk plays, with everything. 3 yards and a cloud of dust is gone. Turnovers are still bad. Fumbles, interceptions.
That's the kind of analysis you only get on this show.
Damn right, man. We provide the facts, okay? We have a lot to say when it comes to it.
We do.
Turnovers are bad. So why was that such a bad thing to point out? And then why are you all of a sudden the enemy for pointing that out?
I don't know. It's so dumb. Honestly, it's mind-numbingly dumb to me that you can't just accept that there are times you got to say, yeah, this guy needs to improve at this.
That's all.
They're great at this. There's things that Bryce Harper's not good at.
Yeah. There's things that drives me
fixes.
crazy. Yeah.
That he fixes every year. It happens.
And so hold the better players to a higher standard. Like
let's do it. It's okay.
Simple.
It's okay. They're going to be
But then don't hate just to hate. Because a lot of people do that too.
Like is pointing out, is someone like honestly, I'm not just picking on Dylan here as he's gotten into this. Is it hating on someone? The quarterback, Patrick Mahomes, gave the Eagles no free points. Jalen Hurts gave an unforced fumble touchdown. The Eagles lose the Super Bowl by less than a touchdown.
Yeah.
It's not wrong to say that's the swing of the game. That was the difference in the game. And more importantly, it also, you can say, that Jalen that day made me a complete believer.
It was the best game of his life.
Great game.
Absolutely.
Awesome. He still made a mistake.
All right, before we get another text, the question for Know the Schefter, 215-263-0975. The first person to get this answer right on the contest line, our man Brendan Gunn will take care of you. What is the word that we want Schefter to tell Pat McAfee to stop using unless he starts using it correctly? What is that word?
Excellent.
Shouldn't be that hard. 215-263-0975. Give us another text there, Connor.
All right, so we have people checking in on the different sports and the championship comparison thing. And this texter says, hi, guys, it's 3 different sports. Though it's changing, making the playoffs in baseball is a much greater accomplishment than the other sports. Sixers are nowhere close to a contender. Their window is closed.
I wouldn't say that baseball's much more impressive than football. I mean, football's such a physical sport.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Like,
but they're both easier than the NBA.
You can win your division with a sub 500 record. We've seen it before, but you can win your. How many wins did the Diamondbacks have? 84.
So,
they didn't win the division, but
they didn't win.
Like
they
84
won
wins is not an impressive season.
No, it's not.
Like so. I hear what he's saying. I would say basketball is probably the easiest one to make the playoffs in.
Yeah,
basketball's simple. To
especially now if you're in the play-in tournament. That's not technically the playoffs, but
they expanded to 20 of the 30 teams.
Yeah.
Get to play after the regular season ends.
So I get what he's saying about baseball to basketball. Well, baseball and football, I think, is equally as impressive. All right, so we'll reset the show coming up next. In case you're just tuning in, why we're having this discussion about Jalen Hurts and the polarizing figure. I completely forgot to do the power rankings. And that is I didn't hear what you said.
I didn't ask for it, so that's part of my problem.
How dare you?
And no, we'll get to it.
And I have a question. A question about sports giveaways.
Sports giveaways?
Yes.
Okay, I'm all for free stuff, so.
I'm curious to see where you guys are in on this one. All right, and then, of course, our 5 best minutes of Adam Schefter comes your way at 9:10. But the power rankings, my God, I can't believe I forgot it, comes your way next. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. on Kincade Salciunas. I hope you had a nice, safe drive into work today on this beautiful Wednesday morning. Coming up at 9:10, we play our 5 best minutes of Adam Schefter as he joined us earlier today at 8 o'clock. He joins us every single Wednesday at 8 a.m. By the way, congratulations to Andrew Ellis for winning today's Know the Show question.
Andrew Ellis is in on that.
And he will be heading to the Flyers-Canes game next Wednesday. We have a pair to give away tomorrow and Friday as well. It's been Know the Show throughout the entire 8 o'clock hour every single day this week, so it won't be anything different tomorrow or Friday. And, of course, tomorrow is game day for
I'm
the Eagles.
I'm so excited for that.
So we have a show together. And then, of course, Connor and I and Bill Colarulo will be doing the pregame show beginning at 6 o'clock. So a busy day tomorrow on 97.5 The Fanatic, and we got you covered leading up until kickoff. We can't wait for it. All right, so our main topic today, we'll get more text messages here in a minute, and I need to bring up a giveaway, a sports giveaway.
What's that?
I'll bring it up in a minute. But what is it about Jalen Hurts and other polarizing figures in this city? Joel Embiid is another prime example, where fans snap the second something goes wrong. It's almost like they wait for it to happen. And then there's people on the other side that do everything in their power to try to defend the person. The middle ground is a beautiful place to be. Trust me, I'm very comfortable in my life being down the middle.
Yep.
Having views on both sides of the playing field.
And you can bring them both up, and there's no lies detected.
No. But why is it that some people snap? Jalen Hurts did not play a great first quarter and the majority of the second quarter this past Sunday. Now, there was a legitimate excuse. The Sun, Kellen Moore, straight up talked about it. He knew all about it. Let's play it one more time. Here was Kellen Moore yesterday being asked about the sun being a factor on Sunday.
You guys identify the sunlight as an issue?
Yeah, the sun.
The sunlight wasn't an issue?
Yeah, in general for everyone, yeah.
But, okay, so...
Yeah, for everyone. I mean, been there. I was there a long time. So.
Yeah.
When you were calling the plays in Dallas, like during the game?
Yeah, the sun. Obviously, like stadiums all have different circumstances. That one, obviously, the sun plays a decent role, and so you just have to call plays according to it, knowing certain parts of the field at times can be a little bit challenging. And so we had it in the first quarter, towards the end of the first quarter in the red zone, and then second quarter, obviously, we were going the other way.
So a legitimate excuse in the first quarter where Jalen Hurts played poorly. But there are people that won't want to give him that excuse. There are people that the second he turns the football over, it's, see, this is who I was talking about. When the 4 weeks prior to the Cowboys game, the 16 quarters prior to the Cowboys game, Jalen Hurts had one turnover-worthy play, did not turn over the ball at all, and was exceptional both in the air and on the ground. And yet the second he turns the ball over, which, by the way, was just a great play by Trayvon Diggs.
It was a great play. My whole point on it was I wanted them to be running the ball in that situation.
Totally
I don't
fair.
understand why they had to. They go for broke so often instead of matriculating it down the field, as you would say. That pisses me off a little bit, especially on first down.
Yeah.
But there's nothing about that play or that throw that you should be saying, horrible throw.
Right, but people immediately go to the can't read a defense, can't do this, can't do that.
It was a great defensive play.
Jalen Hurts is not a perfect quarterback. He's not.
Nope.
Not many quarterbacks are. You have one. And he's having a down season, yet his team's 9-0 and Patrick Mahomes. And that guy is forever going to be amazing. I just don't get the immediate hatred that Jalen Hurts gets from a large amount of Eagles fans, but then also the immediate defense, like over-the-top defense from a large amount of Eagles fans. Why can't we be in the middle? What do we have on the text line? You can text in, call in 610-632-0975. Our 5 best minutes of Adam Schefter comes your way at 9:10, and I have a giveaway question.
All right, so good morning, John, Andrew, and Connor. This is Edwin from Philly.
What's up, Edwin?
What's up, Edwin?
And it says it's pretty simple as to why there are people who go over the top with their takes, especially when they're negative. People just have fragile egos and are horrified about being wrong. For example, with Jalen Hurts, when he was drafted, a lot of people thought he was a backup or maybe not good enough to play in the league. Once you form that opinion, it's hard for people to turn around on that.
I guess, but like, if you're an Eagles fan, you want him to be good.
Do you?
Yes.
Do
Bottom
you?
line is
Yes.
Carson Wentz, Jalen Hurts, Nick
want him to-
Foles,
yes.
Kevin Cobb, Connor Thomas, Whoever the quarterback is of the Eagles, you want them to be good.
Yes.
If you have a bad opinion on them, you should want to be wrong.
But you need to understand that there are people out there that do not think that way. Whether they admit it or not, they'd rather be right than the team win.
I don't think that anyone who is that is an Eagles fan wants to be right over wanting to win.
They exist, Johnny.
I don't believe
Well,
that.
then that's
exist with
horrible.
every
And
team.
Then they're not an Eagle. Then they're not an Eagles
Then
fan.
I don't want you parading on Broad Street if they win.
They're not-
gonna-
no, they're not an Eagles fan.
They're going to be part of this fan base, and they're going to be part of the narrative around players. So you need to
But they're
understand that those
not
people exist.
Eagles fans. If they would root against the Eagles, the argument falls apart. If they root against the Eagles having success, they aren't Eagles
Right,
fans.
we can play what they are and aren't all day, but they have our phone
No,
number.
we don't have to play
John,
it.
They
If
have,
you don't root for a team to win, you aren't a fan of the team.
That's not my point. They have our phone number. They can tweet at us. They can be part of the narrative on Jalen Hurts.
They can be, but they're not fans of the team. If you're a fan of a team, you do not root for them to lose unless they are tanking to get the number one pick or something.
And you can say, I don't think Jalen Hurts is a great quarterback.
Right.
That's fine, but don't be
That's
like,
not hating on him.
I need him to throw a pick here so that my opinion is correct.
Right,
Like, that's weird.
Yeah, it's weird, but those people exist, and they're part of
But
this
they're
narrative.
not
so
Eagles fans, Connor.
I never said they were, John.
You said part of this fan base.
Okay, part of the people who are going to react to this that we deal with every day in this space, I don't care if you consider them fans or not, but when we hear the criticism of Jalen Hurts, when Mike Missanelli on the Midday Show reads the tweets that he gets, there are some people in there, whether you consider them fans or not, that are part of the narrative on Jalen Hurts that wanted to fail because they thought he stunk.
There are people who believe.
Well, then that's gross.
There are people who believe Joel Embiid will not lead the Sixers to a championship. I'm raising my hand.
Okay.
I do not want the Sixers to lose.
Yeah, you're not rooting
I
for
do
it.
not want to be right.
Yeah.
I think I will be,
But you want
but
to
I
be wrong.
don't want to be.
Right.
There's a difference between the two.
I understand.
That is huge. And I heard Mike's things yesterday. I mean, it's wild the reactions.
And it was
that
quick.
people
It was
have.
one interception,
And
and I got to get on my phone and he
Well, that's
stinks.
the thing. It's the immediacy of it.
Yeah,
And-
but my argument is that assuming that those people that are responding that way always have the best interest of the team at heart is crazy.
Well, they don't. They're not fans. A fan doesn't want their team to lose ever. That's the common ground we got to get on with any discussion of who is a fan.
No. I totally agree with you. I'm not having that argument. I'm saying that some of the people that piss us off with their commentary on Jalen Hurts are not what we would consider fans. And we have no way to discern that from a Twitter account or a phone call or a text on the text line.
Oh, I can. If somebody tweets to Mike Missanelli, and I think Mike had one of these where I can't wait to see him out of here type of thing. Can't wait to see this guy, and we can move on to the next quarterback. You're not a fan of the team.
Okay,
You're not.
what
you're
about-
rooting for a 7-2 team to move on from their starting quarterback. It's so stupid. It's just dumb.
Okay, what
It's
about the
dumb.
people that say trade Joel Embiid for, we got a text the other day, trade him straight up for Domantas Sabonis.
Yeah, that was dumb.
I'm
That's
done
again.
with-
That's dumb. And I'm somebody who raises my hand. Doesn't think the Embiid experiment will work. Doesn't think that that we're ever going to see that moment of fruition. But that's pure stupidity.
I understand.
Because he is. That would never make any sense to me.
But stupid people get a voice in this argument too, and we need to remember that when we deal with the narrative on Jalen.
How do you
Hurts.
think we got these jobs?
Exactly. How do we get a job?
Exactly.
Earlier today, Adam Schefter joined us. We're going to play it now, and afterward, a giveaway last night in an NBA game that I question,
Huh.
but I also understand. I'm going to be Bill Colarulo here and walk the fine
You're
line.
gonna sit on the fence?
Here's our 5 best minutes of Adam Schefter. From ESPN, Shefty. Adam Schefter joins us. What's up, Shefty?
Short week. I'm all ready, though, guys. I've been getting ready for this segment knowing it's a short week and getting in reps, and we're all ready to go for today and for tomorrow night as well.
Our own Ricky Batalico was saying something yesterday on the afternoon show, and his comment was, could we be seeing last year's Eagles season sort of in reverse? Where last year they started out great, but were leaking oil, and then everything fell apart. This year they were sort of leaking oil early, and it seems to be rolling into shape. Are you getting that vibe about this team and what you're hearing about this team?
Well, I think this team has improved, right? And I think that the systems, the coordinators, Kellen Moore on offense, Vic Fangio on defense, I think that the units have gotten better. They've gone that way. So that's a great point. Like, it's been the reverse Eagles. And you just hope it can continue here in the final, 7 games of the year. So they have gotten better. And for their sake and everybody else's, the noise has gotten a little quieter. winner, and the play has gotten better. And those are the trends that they want to see continue going on here, moving forward, starting Thursday night against the Commanders.
Shefty, we talked to you about Vic Fangio a lot because you are a big fan of Vic Fangio.
He's a Fangio. He's like a fan alone.
I know he is.
Yep, I like that fan. Those would be good shirts, right? Fangio.
Yes.
They would be good shirts. Trademark it, Shefty. You need more money, man.
No, he doesn't.
When you see Vic Fangio having the success with the younger players and then also not playing Bryce Huff that much, which was the big free agent signing for Howie Roseman, does it just tell you that Vic Fangio has full control when it comes to this defense? And, of course, he deserves it. But is that what you find out, that this guy has full control of this defense?
Well, it's his defense, and he's going to lead the way and do its best. But I guarantee there's input from the coaching staff, the front office. I mean, it's not the Vic Fangio show in its entirety, but he's the leader of that defense. So they all are smart enough and bright enough to figure out what makes that defense most effective. And right now, it hasn't been playing Bryce up. I still think that there's going to be a spot for him to contribute. He's going to be a factor at some point. It just really hasn't happened yet.
Would you expect them to be a team that is a pass-first, run-first offense, or something more diverse with the way that they're getting success from a guy like A.J. Brown and from, of course, what Saquon Barkley brings to the table?
Yeah, well, I think what's interesting is that the offensive line, went to Nick Sirianni during the bye week and said, we need to run the football more. They weren't doing that enough. And I think that this team started the season as a pass-first team. And I think some of the offensive linemen spoke up and made their voices known. And I think there was a shift. Now, I don't know whether it's a multiple diverse team or whether it's a run-first team, but I think that they've gotten more to the run, and they should be doing that. And that's how it should be going, because the run then sets up the pass. You don't see the pass setting up the run, but it does go the other way around. And I think that the Eagles' offensive line was key in that in the bye week. And I think that was one of those moments of truth for a team where they speak up, let their voices be heard, speak out for the betterment of the team, and have it turn out to be something that's heard and implemented.
I consider you part of our family here at Kincade Salciunas and here at the Fanatic.
What did I do?
Well, you were on with Pat McAfee the other day.
Yep.
And I got to tell you, first of all, Pat McAfee and his crew, I think, went unchecked by you about the fans getting on Nick Sirianni. He's 7-2. He's 7-2. And these Philly Johns are calling him names and saying he sucks. They don't bring up the screaming at the fans that the owner had to take him to the woodshed for. They don't bring up melting down at the presser, turning it into a daycare center. They don't bring up all the horrible in-game choices that Nick Sirianni makes. I got to tell you, we're counting on you to be a little more having our back. He takes shots at the Philly fan base and doesn't bring up any of the reasons that Nick Sirianni's getting crushed. Nobody's saying he's a terrible, terrible coach. They're bringing up all the different problems that he creates. I'm expecting you to have our back a little bit more.
You got it. I got you.
But more importantly, he's depicting us as, boy, we don't accept and love Nick Sirianni enough. First of all, I'm sensing there's some sort of a personal relationship there, maybe through the Indianapolis tie, because the defensive Nick Sirianni is coming from nobody who watches this team on a daily basis and has lived through his coaching tenure.
Right. Well, I'm glad you point that out, and I want you both to know that I have your backs, that I have the backs of your market.
I love that.
And we're going to set him straight and just say, hey, Philly fans get worked up when they deserve to be worked up.
Yes.
And that's how it goes, right?
And I believe those things were deserving to be worked up
And they
over.
were. Good job.
Despite them still being 7-2.
Yeah, now here's the deal. If they go to 8-2, I imagine all is going to be peace and quiet on McAfee.
You know how we started the show? Though he was noisy about it on Monday. You know how our Monday show started? Andrew and I talking, and we said, let's get this out of the way. Nick Sirianni did nothing but a great job yesterday.
Yeah, we celebrated.
We started the show saying there's nothing to get on Nick Sirianni about. That was a well-coached game, great game plan. Things worked out well. And then we moved on to other topics. So it's like, I think it was disingenuous of him painting us as being like all anti-Sirianni all the time.
There's a lesson in there, though. You know what the lesson is? When the team plays well and wins, people are going to applaud Nick Sirianni.
Correct.
And when the team loses and he does something that he shouldn't, then fans are going to be on Nick Sirianni. Then, see if I get this right, Philly fans are going to be on Nick Sirianni.
Yeah, not Philly Johns.
Yes, Philly
fans. I
fans.
have no idea. In Indianapolis, they do not know what Johns means.
All right, those are...
So, please.
Yeah, well, yeah.
There you go.
Absolutely. Shefty, listen, man, we appreciate it as always. Make sure you tell Pat McAfee we said hello.
Tell him we say hello and send our love.
I will tell him that the Philly sports fans, the Philly fans send their best.
Yeah, we love them. Thanks,
you, buddy.
Shefty.
We appreciate it. We'll talk to you again next week. All right, is it done now, Connor?
It's done.
Our 5 best minutes of Adam Schefter. Check out the entire podcast, 975thefanatic.com or our YouTube page. All right, real quick, power rankings. My apologies. I know this is the most anticipated segment of the week.
We have had 2 texts of people asking about power rankings.
Damn it, I'm sorry. That's my fault, guys. I'll just go with the top 10. Do you guys want to guess where the Eagles are at?
6th.
I would have also guessed 6th.
All right. Go Chargers, go. Our 10th all of a sudden. They're 6-3.
Yeah, they're sneaky.
That's okay.
That Harbaugh guy knows what he's doing. Green Bay dropped 1 spot to 9th. The Commanders dropped 3 spots to 8.
Okay.
Which is interesting because people that do the whole Eagles have only beaten these teams. People are doing that about the Commanders as well, and they lose to the Steelers. They drop 3 spots. The Steelers jump ahead of them with the win, so that makes sense. They're 7th at 7-2. The Vikings are at 6.
Eagles top 5.
Eagles are top 5. They're at number 5. They climbed up 2 spots. Ravens at 4, Bills at 3, Chiefs at 2, Lions at 1. No problem with any of those. Here's what they wrote about the Eagles. Philadelphia, Dallas began ugly, but the Eagles eventually emerged with a laugher on the road, able to rest some starters late. Even in a down year for the Cowboys, the Eagles certainly enjoyed beating their NFC East rivals, especially considering they hadn't won in Dallas since 2017. These soaring Eagles have now secured 5 straight wins since their Week 5 bye, outgaining their opponent by more than 100 yards in each game. They've also scored 20-plus points throughout the win streak and allowed more than 17 only once. By virtue of Washington's home loss, the Eagles now have moved up to first place in the NFC East and into the NFC's number 2 playoff spot. Given how last year unfolded when Philly went from a 10-1 start to losing a wild card game, it's a bit foolish to look too far ahead, especially with more tough remaining opponents than easy ones. I don't think that's true. But for those who care to look beyond the records, this team feels a whole lot more steady and secure than its 2023 version, which I completely agree with there. I don't think it's foolish to look ahead with this team.
It's not. Just take care of it. Well, you know what? Can we do it Friday morning?
Yes.
Can we look ahead Friday morning? Because I don't want to miss what I consider tomorrow night, and maybe this is too arrogant, like a 5-foot putt. I don't want to miss the 5-foot putt.
You think it's that easy?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm leaning towards it. Not easy, Connor, as far as just where you go, that was a clowning of Washington. But I do believe this date, this time, the Commanders are not ready for the stage they're walking onto. Short week, young team, first time they've had expectations on their shoulders in forever. I just think tomorrow night's a night where the Eagles can sort of punch them in the mouth and maybe they don't have a great counter.
Yeah, I mean, for a couple of weeks now, I've still been saying that I think the Eagles were the better team in this division, despite what the record was.
And they should be.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly.
And I expect them to get the dub tomorrow.
And with their roster, if you look at it, and we'll look at it more tomorrow, because I really, if you look at it, if you match up offensive line, defensive line, wide receivers, secondary, and everything, the Eagles have a ton of advantages in this game. They should be able to impose their will.
Absolutely. All right, well, I'm glad I paid off the power rankings for the people.
I'm glad you did, too.
My apologies.
By the way, they it's weird is that the longer it goes, I think the reasoning gets better.
Yeah, I don't like the whole it's foolish to look down the road because this team's, again, this is us living it more so than they are.
Right.
Like this team, you feel more comfortable with this team than you did last year.
Much better.
You feel
I
much
feel
more comfortable.
100% better.
Yeah. All right, so coming up next, we'll get to more of your text messages and we'll discuss this. So last night, the Warriors hosted the Dallas Mavericks.
Okay.
It was the return of Klay Thompson, who has had a ton of success as a member of the Warriors, but he is now a member of the Dallas Mavericks.
A player they did not want to pay.
The Golden State Warriors had a giveaway last night that was in honor of Klay Thompson.
What?
I understand, but I also question it. We'll discuss this more coming up next. Think of Chase Utley returning to Citizens Bank Park. Would you have a Chase Utley giveaway? So I'll spin this into a Philadelphia-related topic, but I find that interesting. Welcoming back, but a now enemy because he plays for another team in your conference. And yet you did a Klay Thompson giveaway. We'll discuss this next. It is Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
On this Wednesday morning here on 97.5 The Fanatic. All right, real quick. We're not going to spend too much time on it, but last night, Warriors-Mavericks. It was the return of Klay Thompson. Obviously, Klay had an incredible career with the Golden State Warriors, and they won multiple championships. Him and Steph Curry, the year with Kevin Durant. That team with Draymond, they're going to go down into the Warriors Ring of Honor together, I imagine. Kind of weird to do a Klay Thompson giveaway, though. So they gave out the boat captain hats. Because remember, he used to sail his boat or sail his boat. He used his motorboat that he probably spent millions of dollars on to go to the games.
And it was the Splash Brothers.
Yeah. So they gave out captain hats in honor of Klay Thompson. Like that was the giveaway to the fans yesterday.
Does it have his name on it?
No, but it was Klay. I mean, he used to wear that.
No, I understand, but I mean, he didn't. It didn't say his name. It doesn't have.
No, but it was for Klay Thompson. Like it's clear that it was for Klay Thompson. Do you do that?
I have no issue with it.
Me either.
I have no issue with it if in that regard. If it was some sort of if you told me it was Klay Thompson bobblehead night, no way.
Right. Okay. So the hat you don't mind.
No, the hat because the hat you say is just a hat.
Yeah.
No, I have no problem.
Because I think
that's a way to applaud someone who's one of the greatest players in your franchise's history.
I don't hate it. It's just like it's just weird to me. Like I hated when people gave Chase Utley the standing ovation when he hit the grand slam.
Yeah,
big time.
Think
big
about
time.
this. Is Chase Utley a Hall of Famer? Maybe.
No.
How many titles did Chase Utley win here?
1.
Okay, so quadruple that.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Like we don't have any frame of reference.
I just found it kind of weird. Like I thought it was really cool when he first walked in. A lot of employees were wearing the hats and applauding Klay, and I think that's really cool.
That's because they loved the guy by all intents and purposes. He was supposedly one of those people excellent from the guys who guard the doors to the
right.
He knew people's names.
Yeah, I don't know. Like I just found it kind of weird, but like I also celebrate it because I think it's a nice homage. It's just
it's weird to me too, but we don't have a frame of reference for someone who's won that much for our city.
Yeah, trust me, I know that. All right, and before we get back to our Eagles text, yesterday, let's play this A.J. Pierzynski audio. So A.J. Pierzynski was on Eric Kratz's podcast and former Phillies catcher.
Eric Kratz. I didn't know he had a podcast.
Everyone's got a podcast.
And they got into a question. They got into a discussion about the Phillies and the next steps. And obviously A.J. Pierzynski was a part of the call for the Phillies-Mets series. And he started talking about Alec Bohm. Take a listen to what A.J. Pierzynski had to say.
Here's the biggest thing I'll say with Alec Bohm after being around the Phillies for about a week in the playoffs and then seeing he needs to improve things, not his performance. Let's just say that. There's some people around that organization that aren't huge fans of the way he acts sometimes. I'm just going to leave it at that, but there are some people that have said he needs to basically grow up a little bit. There are some things that he's done that got benched in the playoffs, basically. This came from people around the Phillies. Yep. I'm not saying Dave Dombrowski or Sam Fuld or Rob Thompson. None of those people, but it came from people that are around and have a lot of knowledge about the Phillies that he needs to take the next step as a maturing adult. Right. And I think that people, if you watch the Phillies games all the time, you know what I'm talking about.
So,
and he's hearing that, by the way, AJ's hearing that directly from people within the Phillies.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially when he was there for the week during the call.
And but during the regular season too, he's a Braves broadcaster.
But then, so you're going to think, all right, if they move him, they have to have a replacement. And there's a lot of buzz around Alex Bregman right now, who, of course, had an incredible career with the Houston Astros, winning a lot of championships. And there's people that are like, oh, well, is that really that much of an improvement? And why wouldn't you just try to get younger at third base? First off, 30 is not ancient. He's 30 years old. He's 2 years older than Alec Bohm. And he's better both offensively and with the glove.
Well, the glove is considerably better.
So why is this hard?
I'm sorry. I don't know.
I get it. We fall in love with players, and maybe that's what it is. Like, there's fandom with Alec Bohm.
The daycare stuff.
I guess.
I think what AJ heard and was told is exactly stuff that I was told too. And we talked about it during the postseason that they were pissed off, supposedly.
That's why a lot of people got benched in a playoff
There were
game.
a lot of people, though, but it wasn't just Rob Thompson being pissed.
No, it was players.
There were other players being pissed.
Yeah.
The last thing you want to be doing when the pressure is high on everybody is having to sit and console somebody and be like, come on, buddy, get your head right.
Yeah.
We need you. That kind of stuff should be corrected. By the time you're 28 in life, if you're not there, that's a problem.
Now, it just kind of...
That's a problem.
This is kind of like the Rojas thing for me, right? Like, if there's better options, then it's not hard for me to say, then go after the better option. I just see people almost going like, well, is this really much better?
Well, the one thing I think people would say it about is that this team is older. And it's getting older.
But let's
you
not
get
act
older.
like Bregman being 30 is like 90, because
No, but
Alec Bohm's 28. It's not like he's...
No, I got you, but you're getting older. Again, with this roster.
Yeah, but at least I'm getting older with pop and improvement. Like, Alec Bohm is not... He's never becoming that power hitter that...
It doesn't seem like he is.
You know what I mean?
Right. I'm not worried about age because you get a 32-year-old that's good, a 34-year-old that's good. Hell, there's 36-year-old professional baseball players that are still good.
Yeah.
It's the dollar amount for me. You're paying a lot of guys a lot of money. And if you want to add to this team, maybe you want to do it at third base, but think about what the outfield was last year. If I was to say commit money to a position, and Bregman's going to cost you money.
He is.
Yes, he is.
I would rather you keep Alec Bohm on arbitration where he's probably going to make $8 million next year, deal with the attitude, and go spend that money that you would have spent on Bregman on an outfielder and build your team better. That's what I would do. Otherwise, you're spending more money at a position. You already had a guy who started on an all-star team, and I know that doesn't do anything for October, but does a hell of a lot more than Brandon Marsh did for this team last year. Like, and that's the way that I look at it, is you're committing money to a position you don't need to if you move on from Alec Bohm, and with how your finances are set up with other guys, it doesn't feel smart.
I sort of think, though, the only thing I would take issue with what you just said is that you don't need to. Third base was a huge problem from the All-Star break on.
Yeah,
and
that's fair.
Really and he was lost. And he was going up over 4 at-bats, seeing 5 pitches.
Yeah.
Like, he just was completely
Now, to Connor's point, Buster Olney tweeted this out last night.
Okay.
One evaluator predicts the prices paid in MLB for the top tiers of free agents this winter will be stunning. Quote from the evaluator, there is more need than there is talent available. There is need all over the place.
Yep.
So it might, like last year, a lot of these free agents didn't get the big payday that they thought they were going to get.
This year? Oof.
Yeah, this year's a little bit different.
Well, they're going to get it.
Yeah.
And you could always do the Aiden Miller thing, but I don't think he's ready. Like, I just had a buddy text me, why not bring up Aiden Miller? It feels early for him.
Yeah, maybe in a year or two. But I also don't want to do the whole, like, let's wait till he's 26 thing like the Phillies are accustomed to doing.
Well, he's, what, 20 right now? You got plenty of years in between.
Let's go to Andrew in Colorado. What's up, Drew?
Hey, what's going on, man?
How are you?
So, the Jalen Hurts conversation that's going on, I think there's 3 types of fans. There's the trolls, there's the haters, and then there's the critics. And the trolls and the haters get more traffic to the point where it makes it look bad on the.
Well, now hold on a second. Are there other types of fans like super fans, nothing can go wrong fans? This guy's like
you can't criticize Jalen fans.
It's not just
There's
haters,
a lot of
critics, and trolls. There's also the opposite type of fans too that will
the blind loyalists.
Yeah, of course. I mean, I just watch the game and I hope for a win. When you go online and you're on Twitter, and every mistake he makes, one interception last week, one fumble, sun was in his eye, and everybody's tripping.
Yeah, and that's what we're trying to figure out today. Like, why is it, and we use Jalen Hurts as the main example, why is it that people snap the second something bad happens when, yeah, you know what? Other top 10 quarterbacks throw interceptions
They
too.
do. And by the way, Patrick Mahomes has thrown a lot of them.
Yeah.
But he also doesn't have – he's got a resume that Jalen cannot lean on.
I mean, what's that guy from Cincinnati threw 5 touchdowns and
Joe
lost?
Burrow. Joe Burrow's having he's having an amazing season. I mean, he's losing because of his defense.
Yeah, his defense.
Joe Burrow's not losing because of Joe Burrow.
And thanks for the call,
He's
Andrew.
Joe Burrow's having a ridiculously great season.
And that's where, it's hard to discuss something sometimes because it's...
Why is somebody... See, that's where I just get to it. That is obviously a gentleman who is one of the blind believers.
Yes.
That he would bring up Joe Burrow. Why is Joe Burrow not getting criticism? Hell, I don't know. Maybe 24 touchdowns, passing touchdowns, and 4 interceptions? I mean, honestly?
Yeah.
By the way, that is being done. Less talent at wide receiver, less talent in the running back, less talented offensive line, and a defense that is horrendous. Why would you be criticizing Joe Burrow? That's where the call, I was believing a lot what he was saying and sort of agreeing, and then all of a sudden it's that.
Right.
Why would you criticize? Why are you criticizing him about that?
And then in the flip side, nobody should compare Jalen Hurts to Geno Smith. You know what I mean?
No.
Like nobody should do.
Jalen Hurts is
because Geno Smith has weapons. He's got DK Metcalf, Tyler Lockett, Jackson Smith and Jigba, Kenneth Walker. He's got all these weapons, and he's a meh quarterback. Like it's just there's got to be a middle ground somewhere, and one day Johnny will get to it.
We will.
Maybe 30 years from now. All right, we got the Kincade Salciunas Key three best minutes from today's show coming your way next on Kincade and Salciunas on a Wednesday morning. Mike Missanelli show coming your way at 10 o'clock right here at 97.5 The Fanatic.
Tyrone Johnson.
Each and every one of you fraud local.
probably
That's
not.
my dog's
That's
name.
probably not allowed in this city.
That's my dog's name. You can't do that.
So Nick Foles, I just noticed he's trying to be more online because he's a part of this this dad season apparel company.
Right.
Some of the stuff's pretty cool, right? And he just put out a tweet last night. Are all my Eagles fans out there ready for Thursday night football? I know I'm excited to watch the Birds.
Okay, somebody wrote that for him and just scheduled
That's
it.
the most blandest tweet I could have possibly have ever read.
But isn't that Nick Foles?
Yes, and that's part of the reason why we love him. And he got over 5,000 likes because it's freaking Nick Foles, baby.
Love it.
Of course. It's just, come on, man. You got to give it a little bit more than, how's everyone doing?
He could be our Magic Johnson.
Dude, that tweet was, how's everyone doing? That's exactly what it was.
Yeah. I mean, listen, Charlie Manuel tweets like a random letter every once in a while, and people like it like crazy.
But I love you, Nick Foles, even though that tweet needs a little bit more juice to it.
Nikki Foles, not enjoying the cold morning this morning.
Wow, she's a little dog.
She has found her way into the blanket and is just sticking her head out of the blanket.
She doesn't have any responsibilities, man.
Oh, wow.
All right, it's time now for the Kincade Salciunas Key 3. 3 best minutes from today's show, brought to us by Von C. Brewing.
Now, the Kincade Salciunas Key 3. Today's best.
What is it about Jalen Hurts that makes many Eagles fans snap the second something goes wrong? Now, again, many Eagles fans, not all Eagles fans, but I also believe this is more than just like a vocal minority. Because we've talked about this a lot, John. Jalen Hurts is very much like politics in this or in this world. It's you either love him or you hate him. Like, there's not many middle ground people when it comes to Jalen Hurts. Now, take us out of the equation. We are those middle ground people. We think he's got talent. We think he's a top 10 quarterback. We celebrate when he's good, but we will call him out when he's playing poorly, like the first 4 weeks of this season and the first quarter of the Cowboys game this past Sunday. But there's also levels to it.
There were blind loyalists on Twitter that were arguing that he was not having a bad game and that he wasn't playing like garbage and that it was, oh man, Jalen Hurts is still great. These people are out in force.
They are.
So there's a lot of people who are just as much go the other way.
And that's true. I would say it's 50-50. But every once in a while, I mean, like when you see Jalen Hurts struggling in the first quarter, there are people that, but there's also people that go over the top, John, and say, like, he stinks. They're not going to win with him.
I don't want to listen to either side. I don't want to listen. I don't want to listen to the blind loyalist who cannot hear any criticism or accept any criticism, who thinks he's Patrick Mahomes when he's not. And I also don't want to hear from the person who is the trash Jalen at every turn. The guy's not a top 10 quarterback. Can't win with him.
The Sixers last night. So it was the debut of Joel Embiid in the 2024 season. Let's get the good out of the way first, because sometimes it's nice to lead with the positives. Paul George showed exactly why he's here. He had a great game last night, and it also shows how much Joel Embiid helps him get open looks. It's going to be, when healthy, a great trio of Maxey, George, and Embiid.
When healthy.
When healthy. Why is it that Jalen Hurts is such a polarizing figure in this city? Is it just because he's the franchise quarterback, and that could be what it is? Or is it because he's one of the higher paid players? Like, I have seen in this city, the stars be held to a different standard, as they should be, but it's almost hatred. Whereas a guy like TJ McConnell is a fan favorite because he's gritty. Embiid, he's not so good. And this is what we tried to warn you
Could you
about.
slow it down a little bit? I'm a little tired.
Okay, sorry. I know. We're still ramping you up. Well, hold on a second.
I'm tired.
Hold on a second. To me, this was as expected, which is why I tried to warn the Sixers fans that were like, oh, Embiid's coming back, they're fine. We all have that friend who just doesn't like Jalen Hurts or doesn't trust Jalen Hurts for whatever reason. And I would like to try to figure out what it is. You read the scouting report when he first came out of college. It was, one-read quarterback, happy feet, quick to move out of the pocket.
I watched his whole career, and I thought that the evaluation of him coming out of college was spot on.
Yes, and we still see it sometimes in his NFL career, but he's been to a Super Bowl. He's been in the playoffs every single year as a starter. We've seen him improve most years. Obviously, last year he had a lot of his issues. But I'm trying to figure out what it is that people just don't come to terms with Jalen Hurts being a top 10 quarterback. I just don't like when we go so far. They're never going to win them. It's never going to happen.
Well, if you were talking about a player in his third year, Andrew, I would totally say you are 100% correct. A player in his 10th year in his career where he is, I lean more to what he thinks. I really do. I'm not saying that I'm going to be 100% right. I'm telling you how I feel. I don't think this is ever going to work. I don't think he's going to be healthy long enough when it matters. And I think that it's not a formula for success, but they just loaded up on it for another 5 years.
They did. From ESPN, Shefty. Adam Schefter joins us. What's up, Shefty?
I think that the Eagles' offensive line was key in that, in the bye week. And I think that was one of those moments of truth for a team where they speak up, let their voices be heard, speak out for the betterment of the team, and have it turn out to be something that's heard and implemented.
I saw him tied 2-minute warning of a Super Bowl where he played toe-to-toe with Patrick Mahomes. His own mistakes ended up costing the Eagles the Super Bowl, which was the difference. But I trust that Jalen can be that guy, and I told you all offseason. That's where I'm at. But I also don't think I fall into the blind loyalist.
No,
you know what I mean?
You absolutely don't. All right, that is the Kincade Salciunas Key 3. The 3 best minutes from today's show brought to us by our friends at Von C. Brewing Company in Norristown. Check out their Key 3, the Stony Creek East Coast IPA, which is an American IPA with citrusy hop notes and a smooth, dry finish. Uncle Jerry's Wit, which is a Belgian-style wheat beer, and
the Helles, the Golden Lager from Munich, also from Norristown. Check it out at VonCBrewing.com. Dulkoff.
Let's go work. By the way.
Yeah? What?
Nothing.
Good news?
I'm just going to, no.
Okay, I will tell you
I'm going to pause a little bit.
Uh-oh. Pause?
No.
Oh.
No,
I will tell you that I am confirming. I got a very good text in the last hour that if you are interested in Alex Bregman, that is a report that is clearly based in fact.
Yeah.
And this person tells me that the Phillies' interest is known by many organizations outside of our area.
Look, they need a right-handed power bat. I mean, it's a big part of it.
He'd love that stadium.
He would. That's what we said. We said that about Trey
honestly.
Turner, too. But
well, maybe we give him a standing ovation if he just continues to wet his pants.
Give him a trash can.
By the way, now that I paused,
Mr. Bregman.
now that I paused a little bit, check out the deal of the week.
Oh,
the
good.
Locust Lane Craft Brewery.
By the way, great spot.
Get a $50 gift card to Locust Lane Craft Brewery in Malvern for just $25. Enjoy delicious food, expertly brewed beers, and unwind with friends at Locust Lane. Get this exclusive offer while supplies last at 975fanatic.com/deals. You never
want
to
go over near there, right? All the time
did.
When you do the midday
Chickies
from over near
out
the
there.
Chickies
Yeah,
out
so I know that Malvern area. You never want to put 2 things back to back.
No,
That's
you
why
gave me a good 12 seconds.
That's why I
I'm proud of
paused.
you.
So
Hey.
my apology.
A Window Nation is one of our fine sponsors, and they support the AACR. Go to 975thefanatic.com/AACR like Window Nation did. And remember that cancer research saves lives.
And by the way, earlier in the week, you mentioned H&H and how
Yes.
they donate toward
Love
the AACR.
H&H. Yes.
My heater is back up and running. Shout out to our man, John Love, who works with H&H Heating
John's
and Air
really
Conditioning.
good. Yeah, you got one of the good ones.
His rating is 5 out of 5. I got the text message about
We
John
helped
Love.
give him a 5 at one.
And so he stopped by the house again this morning because now that the parts were in, the heat is back up and running. So it is no longer going to be 58 degrees inside my house
Was
this
it
morning.
really?
We had 2 space heaters working in the bedrooms.
See,
but-
I would be fine with 58. My wife would die.
Yeah, so the heat is back up
She
and
would
running.
not
So
like that.
shout out to John Love from H&H Heating and Air Conditioning. All right.
It's game day tomorrow, boys.
Game day tomorrow, dude. I love it. I love it. You know me. I like Thursday games because doing pregame, we miss so much.
Right.
And watching the games and taking notes, we miss so much. So I love an Eagle-free Sunday watching the rest of the league.
With great games on tap.
As long as the Eagles handle their business tomorrow, which I believe they will. We'll talk about it tomorrow. Andrew DeCecco in with us for the entire 8 o'clock hour. Our man Kevin Nagandi. But first, the Mike Missanelli Show comes your way next. Nick Sirianni speaks to the media today, by the way, at 11:15. So listen to that right here on 97.5 The Fanatic.